or almost all. Full and Gary, would you be able to read the land acknowledgement this evening? Okay, thank you.
Are you ready now?
We'll wait just a minute more here because Councilman is joining. Thank you. All right, seeing that we were all here, I will call the meeting to order. And Councilman McCary, if you read the land acknowledgement for this evening.
The City of Albany recognized that we occupied the land originally protected by the Confederate village of Lejeune. We acknowledge the genocide that took place on these lands and must make strides to repay the debt that is owed to this indigenous people, specifically the Ohlone tribe. We thank them for their contributions, which have transformed our community and will continue to bring forth growth and unity. The City of Albany commits to sustaining ongoing relationships with the tribe and together build a better future for all that now make this their home.
Thank you. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Excuse me, Councilmember Gary.
Present.
Councilmember McQuaid.
Here.
Councilmember Nason.
Here.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
Here.
And Mayor Jordan.
Here. Brings us to the first item, which is City Council consideration of the City Manager's contract going forward. Check and see if there are attendees. And yes, there is an attendee who has their hand raised. Welcome.
Thank you. So I'm looking at the agenda. Oh, this is Jeremiah, by the way. I'm looking at the agenda item. It just says conference with labor negotiators. So it doesn't really say what it's about. So I'm glad I'm here to see what's going on. One of my concerns is that I'm actually kind of sticking up for Nicole right now, because our form of government in this city is city manager, city council. We do not have a form of government which is mayor, city council, which the city council might have a president or something. So I'm wondering why our city manager is not represented. It says here on the agenda, unrepresented employee, city manager. So I'm just kind of concerned. I'm giving a shout out to Nicole right now. I'm just not sure why she's not represented. Maybe because it's regarding her contract and she can't represent herself. I'm looking here at the attendees. I don't see the city attorney here. So I'm also kind of wondering why our city attorney is not present during this agenda item. You know, I've been doing a lot of thinking. And, you know, I have pros and cons, you know, with the city manager. I just don't understand everything. And I'm trying to understand everything. That's why I go to pretty much every public meeting. Obviously there's, you know, public comments about certain conflict of interests, you know, I guess being married to a police officer or something like that. You know, it could be good and bad. You know, I've got my own personal issue with what happened regarding my wife and the person that the city manager hired for the whole police brutality situation. And I'm really concerned that those public records are still not made available to myself. You know, so there's a lot going on. But the police are good. The police are the good guys, and we do need to have a good police force. So I believe what the city manager brings to the table, some knowledge about the police department, is very helpful to our community. The fire department, the police department, they're very much needed. So I wish that when the city council meeting starts, please tell the public something that you could report on during closed session, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will offer that it is confusing. Unrepresented does not mean what one might think in the colloquial sense. Unrepresented is a term for employees who are not part of a union bargaining unit. And so it simply means that generally refers to mid to upper management. We're generally not members of unions. I don't know the law around that, but I know they aren't in Albany. I know they aren't in my day job workplace. So that is what unrepresented means. In terms of conflict of interest, I just want to reiterate that the city attorney did consider that and did state that the city manager has no conflict of interest because she is not married to an Albany police officer. She is married to a police officer from another jurisdiction. With that, we can adjourn to or move to closed session. See everybody there. Hello all, we will get started in 1 minute by my clock. Make sure we don't jump ahead of anybody who might be racing to attend at 7 p.m. And it is now 7 p.m. by my clock. And with that, we will move to the first item of this open session, which is report on action taken in closed session. There are no reportable actions, and welcome, Substitute City Attorney. Nice to see you. Thank you for being here.
No, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to serve tonight.
And I believe my understanding is that any notional decisions made by the council on changes to the city manager's contract would be taken up in future open session. Is that the procedure?
No, that is correct, Mayor Jordan. Yes. So any direction that you'd have tonight, I would take that obviously outside of this open session meeting, and then we'll come back to you with potential amendments to the contract, if any, in open session.
Great. Yeah, and I just wanted to clarify that because there was a member of the public who commented before the closed session asking for a substantive report out. So I just want to let them know they will have an opportunity to see those decisions and see the council further deliberate and make those decisions in open session. That will move on to ceremonial matters. I believe Public Works Director Mark Hurley is here to introduce Eileen White of EdMUD, and she's going to explain and present an award to Albany from the National Association of Clean Water Agencies, which I'm quite looking forward to. Welcome, Director Hurley. Hello, Eileen White.
There we go. All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight we have a presentation of an award from the National Association of Clean Water Agencies to the City of Albany for the city's efforts in collaboration with our partner agencies to reduce infiltration and inflow into the city's sewer system. As you can see, I think Ann is putting up the award. There we go.
Oh, nice.
As you can see, this award was actually given in 2019. However, COVID, which has impacted our lives in so many ways, shelved our plans to have a in-person presentation of the award back in early 2020. So tonight we have Eileen White from East Bay MUD to make the presentation. Eileen is the Director of Wastewater for East Bay MUD and has been a tremendous advocate for Albany's work in this area, and she's been a tremendous support as well. I also feel very lucky to have a couple of moments of Eileen's time tonight to make this presentation, as she's going to be starting a new role in July as the Executive Officer of the San Francisco Bay region of the Water Board. So, you know, she's got a couple moments left and we grabbed a few. And so with that, I will pass this on to Eileen.
Great, thank you for that wonderful introduction, Mark. And first, I want to apologize if my lighting's weird. We just lost power at our house here. I guess PG&E's having power outages, so I've got some weird sunlight coming in from my light. So now that I've explained that, yes, as Mark mentioned, I'm the Director of Wastewater for East Bay MUD, and I've had the pleasure of working with the City of Albany over the last many years on trying to reduce what we call infiltration and inflow. So when it rains, the flows in our pipes increase because rainwater infiltrates into the leaky private sewer lateral, which is a small pipe that takes sewage from a person's home to the city sewer pipe in the street. Then all the city sewer pipes are very old and aging because they got installed back in the, many decades ago. And then East Bay MUD's large pipes that take the wastewater from these different cities to our main wastewater treatment plant at the foot of the Bay Bridge also have leaks and are old. So basically, our wastewater plant treats the wastewater for the 740,000 customers of the East Bay, including the City of Albany. And we've been working with the City of Albany and the City of Berkeley, Alameda, Emeryville, Oakland, Piedmont, and each sanitary district over the last few years to reduce the amount of I&I. So we want to keep the rainwater into the stormwater system, and we want to keep the sewage into the sanitary system so we don't overflow our plant to the main wastewater treatment plant, so we can continue to protect public health and the environment. So currently we're progressing with the City of Albany to repair the collection system pipes. Those are the pipes in the street that take the sewage down to our big pipes along the freeway there. And we're minimizing the use of our 3 wet weather facilities that we bring on when it rains a lot. So under this collaborative approach, we have this consent decree with EPA, Albany, and the other satellites we refer to have been working collaboratively together to reduce the infiltration and inflow. And instead of building large storage, which would be not very efficient with climate change and more atmospheric rivers, as you recall, last year, October 24th and 25th, we had a huge storm. We had some big storms in December. You couldn't build enough storage to treat all the rainwater. So we really want to keep it separate. And I'm proud to say that the City of Albany has been working very collaboratively and have made good progress on identifying the I&I and then fixing the aging wastewater collection system pipes. Meanwhile, through the Regional Private Sewer Lateral Program, which Albany participates in, we've seen over 49,000 compliance certificates that represent about 596 miles of private sewer laterals that are leak-free, or about 30% of the laterals that are in the program. And I just want to share why this is so important. As we all, cities and agencies, have competing priorities, we have increasingly more stringent regulations, we have affordability issues, we have aging infrastructure, we want to make the best use of public funds. And what we've been doing is working collaboratively to reduce the I&I, which is the most cost-effective way to deal with this infiltration and inflow. And it benefits our East Bay residents by requiring actions that they're responsible for. The homeowner, if you buy a new home, you're going to fix the private sewer lateral. The public agency is responsible for fixing their own pipes. And this has been very effective at reducing the infiltration and inflow and taking away the need to build additional storage. So tonight, I'm proud and honored to present this award to you that the National Association of Clean Water Agencies awarded to the City of Albany and the other cities for their participation in this forward-thinking approach to reduce I&I, to protect the environment and public health, making the best use of public funds. And so you can see the award, which I'm going to deliver to Mark personally. We got it awarded in April of 2020. We had this big plan. I talked to him when we found out about it, and then COVID hit. So it's been sitting in my office collecting dust. And we kept thinking that we're going to be able to get together. And with ups and downs of COVID, it's been sitting there. Actually, it's not like this. It's in a nice box and it's beautifully wrapped thanks to the National Association of Clean Water Agencies. But I'm honored to present this award to you tonight, and just want to say we've been a model for the rest of the country and how we're dealing with atmospheric rivers and stormwater systems and sanitary sewer systems, and how we're protecting public health and the environment, working collaboratively together. So with that, I want to say thank you.
Thank you. Very nice looking award, I have to say. Oftentimes they're not much to look at, but that one's a beauty, in my opinion. It's all opinions. I don't know if any council members have thoughts or comments on this. Well, I will just offer, I first ran into the topic of I&I a couple decades ago, trolling through the water library at UC for another report, and ran across it, and I was like, what is this all about? Little did I know I would be here knowing more about it. Has the use of the wet weather facilities noticeably reduced over the program period?
Yes, we've seen them reduce, and part of it could have been that this last January, February, March was the driest on record. But we do extensive modeling, and we have a baseline year, and we've definitely seen a reduction in the I&I within the system as a result of the city's efforts.
That's great, and maybe I'll make this a little more vivid for people who are listening. I was at the Albany Beach yesterday, actually, and talking to some people swimming and kiteboarders, and they noted that after the October storms, Edma had responsibly put up signs blocking off the entire beach area. And that was apparently due to the wet weather facility at Point Isabel being used, which is necessary because of the increased flow. after a rainstorm, during a rainstorm, but doesn't do tertiary treatment, right? It's secondary treatment or something like that. So it's not as high quality water that goes out in the bay.
Correct. It's just primary treatment. And so when the Clean Water Act went into effect 50 years ago, they required secondary treatment. At the time, they thought this was effective because it is doing a good job. It's treating stormwater. But then they've decided, as the regulations have gotten stricter, that they want ideally us to have stormwater go into a stormwater system and for our wastewater to go to the main treatment plant where it gets primary and secondary treatment.
Thanks so much. I see that there is one member of the public who has their hand raised. Clerk, if you would let them in. Welcome.
Hi, I just have a question. The city sewer backed up into our house several years ago. And so I learned about words like lateral, which I didn't know before. So I'm wondering could you just give just very short the logistics of, like, if it rains heavily, when you say you want to keep the sewer water in the sewer and the groundwater in the ground, how does the water, like, so it rains heavily, how does it get into the sewer line, the rain, and how or into the lateral? And I know you said leaking, but I'm still trying to visualize this. So is it going through the asphalt of the street, or is it going through the drains and then into the pipes? I'm just trying to understand how it happens. Thank you.
Certainly, Julie, I'd be happy to answer. So basically, a lot of our homes, I know we just remodeled our home 2 years ago, and we had never tested the private sewer lateral. You get it tested, and that's when you realize, oh, it leaks. And most of these that are older, they haven't been replaced in the last decade or so, leak. And what that means is that, you know, we live near the Hayward Fault here in the East Bay. I do at least. And so when we get these little earthquakes, the ground shifts, and it can cause it to shift. It can cause holes in these pipes. It's part of our, quote, aging infrastructure. So you get holes in the pipe, or you can have other connections that are wrong. Even the sewer pipes that are in the different cities, whether it's Albany or Oakland or Berkeley, they're old pipes. And so with ground shifting, they get holes in them. And then what happens when it rains, the rain will flow into those holes. And so what the City of Albany's been doing is we've been sharing with them. When it rains, we get excited and we send staff out to look for where we're seeing rainwater infiltrate into the sanitary system, into the wastewater system. And then we feed that information back to Mark, and Mark uses that information to help drive his decisions about what pipes he wants to replace. So basically it's holes in the pipe that cause. So what we're doing is fixing our aging wastewater pipes, so that way the stormwater can't get in. The stormwater has to stay in the stormwater system. We are technically in the East Bay a separate stormwater system and a separate wastewater system. Does that answer your question?
I think it does add a little more. She's back out in the attendee room. My understanding is most of the legacy pipes are made of brittle material, typically, and the replacement pipes are generally made of a more ductile material, not so ductile it will collapse, but ductile so that they're more resistant to minor shifting.
And that's correct. Now we know a lot more about earthquakes. When those pipes were put in decades ago, it was before we knew a lot more about earthquakes. And as we've had earthquakes all over the world in the last several decades, seismic codes have gotten more stringent, and we've learned a lot about different pipe materials. So yes.
Yeah, I know the lateral in the house that I'm fortunate to own with my wife was clay pipe, you know, like a bell and a joint. And so tree roots had gone in there and broken it up. When we purchased the house, unknown to us, the driveway drain was also area drain for rainwater, was connected to the sewer system, which is no. So that all got corrected when we corrected the lateral. Well, thank you very much for being here and answering the question and explaining. I don't know if anybody else has comments. Guessing not. Thank you, staff, so much for bringing this award and doing this work for Albany.
And thank you for having me.
So with that, we'll move to the city manager's report. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to recognize that the council's meeting today on a Tuesday out of your normal due to the Juneteenth holiday, that the council formally adopted through Resolution 2021-40, and also a special thank you to Councilmember Gary and the other Yes to Juneteenth organizers for providing a meaningful and engaging Juneteenth event this past Sunday. Information regarding Albany Cares Community Grocery Program. We've been so popular with the program that we've needed to change locations. So the new location is at our Albany Community Center, which is on Marin Avenue. The next giveaway will be held on Friday, July 1st. And staff will be set up in the parking lot of the community center so people can drive or walk in to pick up supplies. As usual, for more information, please contact our Recreation and Community Services Department. The number is 510-524-9283. Our recreation programs have proven very popular over the summer here. Here's an announcement for, thanks, Ann. We're going back and forth with the announcements here. So 4th of July is forthcoming, 11 to 2 p.m. at Memorial Park. Nice casual event. Bring your picnic and enjoy some music. Our recreation programs, we've added 2 new programs due to popular demand. These include a junior counselor program for teens 6th through 11th grade, which is a very innovative, interesting program. Also, a TK and kindergarten kinder camp. So if you have little ones in those age groups, please check it out. Also a notice that some of our park services are going to be under repair very soon, but for just a short window of time, some important work to repair the surfaces, the rubber playground areas that are at Peggy Thompson Pierce Street Park, Ocean View Park, and the Dartmouth Tot Lot. These areas will be shut down through the weekend so that the work can be completed. Hopefully we are planning for a reopening on Monday morning, June 27th. In the meantime, there are other parks to visit, so please check out our website, as Anne has displayed here, for other facilities and park hours. We'll also be doing some repair work at Memorial and Terrace Parks, and we'll send out an announcement once that work is scheduled. This work is funded by our Landscape Lighting Assessment District 1988-1 and Measure M funds. You can see more about these funding sources on our website, including an accounting to date of how they are being utilized, albanyca.org/measure-m. Also from the Public Works Department, following up on the award that was just presented, actually, making even more headway with regard to sewer rehabilitation projects. This work is ongoing throughout the city, and please refer to the map on this page, which is also found at albanyca.org/construction alerts to find out where these locations are throughout the city. Construction activities can include replacement and rehabilitation of existing sewer mains, lower laterals, and other associated work, which will start this month and is anticipated to run through August. Typical work will be between regular hours, Monday through Friday, between 8 and 5. And here's a link to a project map as well, so you can see the areas that are scheduled for repair. A film screening and question and answer session is scheduled for Tuesday, June 28th from 7 to 8:30 p.m. The Alameda County Library's Black Health and Wellness Series celebrates Pride Month with a film screening presented by the Albany Film Fest. The film was filmed in the Bay Area. Their activist, here it is displayed, is about Dana, their activist Johnson. They are a Black, trans-masculine, and non-binary social worker and community leader who uses intersectional therapeutic activism or their activism to create positive change. After the film, you can stay around for a conversation and question and answer session with the filmmaker. And also just a quick update regarding Rescue Act funds. As the council is aware, the city has received their first half of the full amount of these funds. We anticipate the second half, and basically the completion payment of these funds, to be received in the next few weeks. As a reminder, the total allocation for Albany is $4.7 million. And thanks to the council's work to date, about half of this has been allocated to different programs and services, which is being incredibly well received. And our next step with that allocation is to award the grants to our local businesses in need. And we anticipate up to $1 million being awarded within the next month. So more information to come on that shortly. And finally, another plug for our advisory body of vacancies. We have a number of vacancies in a number of different advisory bodies. So anyone looking to get involved in local government in a specific area, please check our website to learn much more about these opportunities. And one last item, I'm sorry, a little bit of a link here. On November 29th, 2021, the city filed its petition for appointment of a receiver for the location of 739 Madison Avenue. Thereafter, the city served the parties. The city filed its motion for appointment of a receiver on February 4th, 2020. The first hearing on the motion was scheduled for March 3rd. Since that time, there have been numerous hearings on the motion to gauge the progress by the owner towards resolving the issues on the property. At each hearing, the court receives information from the parties about progress made or not made, and the court sets rules for the next hearing. To date, there have been 7 court hearings, and the next court hearing is scheduled for July 28th. We hope to have more information available concluding that next court hearing. That concludes my report. Thank you.
You're on mute.
Thank you, City Manager. Yes, Councilmember Gary.
Yeah, I just have a question. You moved a little bit too fast regarding the youth. There's 2 programs, and then where can I find those 2? I just need to know the names if you can, please.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Gary, I didn't hear you.
So in regards to the youth, there were 2 items you brought up, and I didn't get those names as you were moving fast for me. So if you can provide those and where I can find them, that would be great. Thank you.
Sure. City Clerk, do you have that web page handy? I believe you're talking about the recreational camp programs. So at the top there, albanyca.org/recreation should get you to the page.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay. If anyone attending would like to ask a question about or comment on the city manager's report, please press your raise hand button, as I see one has. You will have 1 minute. If you're on the phone, please raise your hand by pressing *9. Note this is for questions and comments on the city manager's report only. If you have comments on matters not on the agenda, the time for those is next. In this and all comments and questions during the meeting, please address the council, not other attendees, and respect each person that has spoken. The council wants everyone to feel comfortable speaking and not be intimidated by others' comments or reactions. Clerk, I see 2 hands raised. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. My name is Jeremiah. I have a question or statement regarding the city manager's report. It's basically, it's regarding the youth classes for the recreation department. I understood the city manager said that those 2 were in, highly demanded recreation classes. And I'm just wondering how they were so highly recommended. I've never heard them in public comment during a city council meeting. I do know one of the most highly recommended recreation classes to be offered is the Civics Academy. And I'm just wondering why the Civics Academy is not still not offered by the Recreation Department, even though the Civics Academy is highly recommended and such a great program for the city. That's my statement or question. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. You are still on mute, so we're unable to hear you.
Grace Livingston.
We are still unable to hear you. Your show is you are still on mute. If you're on the phone, I believe you can press *9. I'm afraid we are unable to hear you. Maybe City Clerk, we can go to the next person that's their hand raised and come back. Welcome. Hello.
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 I had my hand raised, but I don't know who called on me.
Your sound is coming through, but it's quite broken up.
My name is Joy Moore. I'm not sure if you called on me or someone else had their hand raised.
Well, you had your hand raised, or at least and so the city clerk admitted you to make a comment or ask a question.
Okay, yeah, I want to make a comment on the agenda about allocation of soda tax money.
Okay, very good. That is coming later in the agenda, so we can hold your comment until that comes up.
Okay, great.
Thank you. City clerk, if you, yes. Welcome again. Let's see, your hand went down, but there we go.
Hello, good evening.
Hello, we can hear you.
Thank you. I'm glad to see that you can hear me. Again, good evening. My question is to the city manager. I'd like to find out a little bit more about the recreation programs and the costs. None of the cost was mentioned, and how was it highly recommended through what city organization, or was there an organization? And then my second question or correction was in the last meeting, the city manager commented that Councilwoman Gary was responsible for the Indigenous people get together. I beg to differ, because while she did see that you and the council members were very excited to promote the organization, attending the organization had a platform that was hidden back sort of like in the fields, and I thought it could be better located, and I wanted to make that perfectly clear, that in the future, if you're going to do something, that would be acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if the city manager is willing to say anything about how specific recreation programs are selected for inclusion in the overall program by the city.
Sure, Mayor. I'd be happy to respond to that. The programs are prepared throughout the year for all members of our community, from seniors to our littlest residents, youngest residents, I should say. If there's specific questions about how those are organized or the variety of classes we offer, likely a conversation with one of the planners, recreation leaders in the recreation department would be most effective. I'd be happy to learn more about the questions and how we can best respond. In terms of cost, all of that is also included in our recreational catalog, which is mailed out as well as posted to our city website for participation rates.
If somebody wanted to submit a question, would that be through the city's webpage? I presume there's a
You'd be welcome to email me directly, and I'd be happy to field a response. With regard to the difference between these programs and the Civics Academy, significant difference. I understand that the interest in seeing that event back, and we hear you, and we're working to figure that out with the complexities of COVID and limited staff capacity across departments with a number of ongoing core service priorities. These are the classes I mentioned specifically. Curious, the questioning around them are for youth recreational opportunities throughout the summer, given that school is out. And so that's what our recreation department focuses on, the same staff that do our after school program during the school year, then in the summertime do recreational programs for youth, similar to almost every other city around.
Thank you, City Manager. And you might not have had, can you people reach you at City Manager, one word, if you have an email address that is City Manager, or do they need to reach you by your name in terms of email address?
All of our contacts are online. I'm happy to spell it out. It's my first initial and last name at albanyca.org.
Thank you. With that, we move on to Good of the City. This is for attendees to provide the council comments, information, and questions on an item that is not on the agenda. Please raise your hands now, as I see people are. By phone again is *9. By state law known as the Brown Act, the council cannot discuss items that are not on the agenda except under extraordinary circumstances. Rather, items raised may be referred to a future agenda or to staff for comment. And I see 7 hands raised. So actually, can we make it 2 minutes, please, City Clerk? Thank you. Welcome.
Am I on?
You are on.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Good evening. City Manager, I like your response, how the youth classes for the Recreation Department are focused on the youth. I do like that. Great job with that. I just want to let the City Council be aware, and also the public, that at Albany High School, on the 1st and 3rd Friday of every month, get there at 1 p.m. There's a free food giveaway, and it's put on by none other than the Berkeley Food Network. And I volunteer there myself. I help pick up the food at Berkeley Food Network, pack up the van, bring it over, unload, and volunteer passing it out. I really enjoyed last Friday. There were a big turnout. So make sure to come to Albany High School all through the summer, 1st and 3rd Fridays at 1 p.m. Also, I want to let the public and the City Council be aware that there's other free food available to Albany residents at the Berkeley Food Network. That's located at 1925 9th Street in Berkeley, on the corner of University and 9th Street. That's open Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. It's closed Fridays and Sundays. And also there's a really good food bank for Albany residents. Make sure to bring your ID to prove that you're an Albany resident. It's not for homeless people technically, even though they don't turn homeless people away. This is specifically an Alameda County food bank, and your tax dollars go to this food. So that is Berkeley Food Pantry at 1600 Sacramento, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. And if you're unable to drive, you can call their phone number at 510-525-2280 for a free food delivery on Tuesdays.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Geary.
Hi, Mayor Jordan. Just really quick, sorry to interrupt, but I noticed that you gave the commenters 2 minutes. I received an email from you back in November where you said it was a council rule of procedure D4 to give 3 minutes. And I think in all retrospect and honesty, I think we need to give these public comments 3 minutes instead of 2.
Thank you. That's noted. I believe it's at the discretion of the mayor.
Okay.
I do know that when you were mayor, you almost always reduced it to 2 minutes. So I'm using that discretion, which I rarely do in this instance.
Okay. It's just noted. Thank you.
Welcome. You are still muted. There we go.
Yes, good evening, Council. I want to give thanks to Councilmember Gary for initiating the first Juneteenth gathering in Albany, and I want to thank and compliment you all for the second one, which occurred last Sunday. It looked as though everyone was enjoying themselves and having a good time. It also brought joy, and the artists that brought to us message about what's to be done now, and had the effect of raising up universal spirit in the town of Albany. So I thank you all, and I look forward to this celebration annually. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, this is KZ Zapata. I wanted to make some comments. I'm the commission of the SEJC, the Social and Economic Justice Commission, but I'm the chair, but I'm just speaking tonight as an individual, not in any official capacity. I wanted to just make some comments about the present state of the SEJC. Currently, we have 4 of the 7 positions filled. 3 of them are white men, with myself as a mixed race Latina chairing the commission. I mention the demographics because, as you know, the SEJC is tasked with addressing the, quote, social and environmental issues in the city of Albany. Our work plan specifically spells out work on racial equity. It's frustrating that this commission is not fully filled vis-a-vis its 7 volunteer members. 2 of the members resigned in May and a 3rd member resigned recently, but we need all 7 members appointed. I would like to urge council members to do active recruitment of Black and Brown residents for this commission. Racial equity work cannot happen without the presence of Black and Brown members of our community. This may require more work on your part. It's not easy to find people with extra volunteer time, but I would suggest you start by reaching out to established racial affinity-based organizations like Familias Latinas, Black Parent Advisory Group, and any resident you all may know personally. The SCJC is an important part of what many of us hope is a changing local community. I'd like to recognize the beautiful Juneteenth celebration this weekend that was led by Councilmember Gary. We must continue to push Albany to reckon with a racist past and racist present. The SCJC is critical, and I hope you will take time to fill the spots, and in doing so, include the voices of those that are familiar with life as a Black and Brown person in our city. While you're at it, perhaps visit those organizations and ask what you can do to support their work directly and what partnership they may need from you to thrive here. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the encouragement. I will note that on consent calendar is potential appointment by the council as a whole of Latino residents of University Village to the SEJC. But that does leave 2 remaining positions, so thank you for raising that to attention. Welcome. And you are still on mute. I know I jumped in there, so we are not able to hear you because you're still showing on mute. There we go. City Clerk, if you could
Go ahead. Hi, I'm Matthew Casimiro. I went to Albany schools, preschool to senior year. I graduated 2016. I live in a trailer on Adams. I need help with housing. Carol never answers her phone. She is difficult. I really need extra help with housing process. I really want a part-time job doing something in Albany, like helping out speaking Portuguese or schoolwork, like a teacher aide or something, or recess. Or PE. I could be an interpreter. I really need somebody other than Carol to talk to about housing. I also got Anne Marie to help me with a better some extra money for deposit, but I don't know if it's truly true that if I'll get extra money for housing. So it's housing is really expensive here in Albany, and I need people to help me, and I need food income like what's it called, Jeremiah? Yeah, just a job or just food, food stamps, because anything helps. And I would love to cook at home, and yeah, I would go to the market here on Sprouts, and or get a job or eat outside or work somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. This is Bonnie Davidson. I sent some of you an email and I really appreciated the responses I got. I just wanted to touch base in a meeting about funding before. Councilmember McQuaid asked about, the reintroduction of the Solano stroll and if that had been approved or not. And I see now it's going fully forward. I was just wondering, was there a process to ask the community about events that they really wanted to see coming back and businesses? I just think that we should really be supporting and putting our efforts towards events and activities that really represent Albany in the way we want it. So that Juneteenth festival is really something along the lines of, where Albany wants to be headed. Dinner with Albany is something I've heard that people would really like back, bringing our community together. So I was just wondering if there was any process for that or if we're just going back because it's what we've done. And I really appreciate that. And I appreciate all the work on the grants for small businesses and the support there. I know it's much appreciated. So thank you all.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. This is Tweed Conrad. I wanted to say that 2 more horses have died since our last meeting at the Golden Gate Fields racetrack. And one was Silver Lyric on June 7th from sudden death. And then on June 17th, this last Friday, Resurrected Noble died, went lame in the stable. And so I am aware that the California Horse Racing Board is the legislative body. Right now, they're embroiled in conflict of interest and bias, and they're not regulating or punishing the racetracks for breaking the law. But the California State Penal Code, Section 597, goes into great detail about the laws that are supposed to protect animals in California and then by default, Albany as well. So we do have the power to punish for these deaths because they're breaking the law. So locally, I want to ask again if you all would consider suspending licensure when a death occurs on the property of a business in Albany. Suspending and penalizing in the mode of that's suggested by the California Penal Code, number 597, about overworking, overdriving, tormenting, beating, and subjecting any animal to needless suffering. And that's any person who causes or permits this to happen as well is responsible. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, I wanted to, actually just reiterate what Signe said about thanking Councilwoman Gary in particular for the Juneteenth celebration last year and all the work that she puts into it, and this year too. I thought it was a really great celebration, and I'm really glad to see Albany celebrating Juneteenth. And I would like to see, I haven't been attending all the meetings, so I don't know if you've already done this, but I would really like to see somebody talking about what it really means, the whole history of it. I think a lot of people don't really understand the depth of what exactly happened. So I think it would be great if the city council could maybe have somebody come in and talk about that. And I have some recommendations. I also wanted to repeat or to support what KZ Zapata said about SEJC I know that you're down to 4. I noticed that tonight that you're approving a 5th member, but it's supposed to be 7 people. And I also would like to encourage you to reach out to the Black and Brown community. As Casey was saying, that it's really doing this work really requires it to not be an all-white council or almost all-white commission rather, and to really think about who you could reach out to and ask people if they would be interested in doing that. And I also wanted to mention that I hope at some point there'll be a discussion in Albany about just cause eviction and rent control. I hope that that will be on the agenda and that you will be seriously considering looking at what's happening to the people who are renting in Albany. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, looks like Joyce Moore is using an earlier version of Zoom, which does not allow me to allow her to talk. But I think she raised her hand earlier. So if you could switch back to however you spoke earlier, then you can speak.
If they call in, I don't know what device they're on, but if they call in by phone, would you be able to promote them from there? Or would it be the same issue potentially?
No, if they use the phone number to call in, then that will work too.
Okay. So I apologize. I don't know what device, Joyce Moore, you're accessing the meeting with. We're unable to move you into the speaking position. If you are able to call in by phone instead and raise your hand again, we'll be able to recognize you under a future item.
And the phone number to call is 1-669-900-9128, and then enter webinar ID number 979-7011-4482.
This is all posted on the website. If you go to the website, I believe calendar, and you click on today's meeting, I believe you will also get that information. All right.
Hi, I came back. This is Joy Moore.
Okay.
Let me get off of this. What happened was I went to my laptop. Let me get off of it. Hold on. Okay, can you hear me now?
We can. Thanks for persisting.
Yeah, sorry. I'm very pro Guild Track getting money for the soda tax. So I'm the chair of the soda tax commission in Berkeley. And I've been working on soda tax issues for 10 years. 6 we finally got it passed, but I want to encourage the city, all of the cities around us in the Bay Area and everywhere, to consider how important nutrition is. It's not just soda tax. It's not just sweetened beverages. It's nutrition just in general. And one of the things that I want to point out that we're going to do, use our money to encourage people to take care of their teeth. Dental care is number one. You don't have we don't have to worry about soda tax or drinking too much sugar-sweetened beverage if you don't have any teeth. And so one of the things that I would like to encourage this council to consider when doling out the money for the soda tax, the nutritional value, the educational value, the good food, the people involved in the community in the Guild Tract are essential to our goal. It gives people a place to come and learn about nurturing themselves, learning about stewarding the earth, which of course is important, but also how important nutrition is. It's critical. I don't care what you want to be. You want to be on the city council, you want to be mayor, you want to be a baseball player, whatever, you need nutritional health. You need.
Thank you. All right. Let's see. So we will move on to the consent calendar.
I'm sorry, Mayor, there's one more speaker.
Did this person, did they already speak? One second, I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. I thought I saw their name go by before. Welcome.
Yes, good evening again, Mayor, and thank you. I just wanted to quickly thank the council and also thank Councilwoman Gary for her work in Juneteenth, and also thank Councilwoman McQuaid. I think I saw her there. That was really nice of her, and I just want to thank her for her representation there. And I wanted to ask, perhaps, Mayor, why weren't you there? I didn't see you.
Thank you. Yes, I'm unable to attend any meetings other than critical work meetings because my wife is paralyzed by multiple sclerosis, and I'm her caregiver outside of regular work hours. And so I do not choose to leave the home outside of regular work hours, other than for city council meetings, in which case we hire somebody to care for her. So I am sorry that I missed that event, and I'm sorry that I miss almost every event, such as it is, but that is the nature of my family life at this time and the obligations that I've taken. Seeing no other hands raised, we will go on to, yes, Councilman McQuaid.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to respond to some of the comments about the Social and Economic Justice Commission. Every time we have a vacancy, not only on that commission, but all commissions, I send the information to all of the parent advisory groups, Black Parent, Familias de Albany, the Jewish Parent Engagement Group, Albany Pride, and I also send it out through the schools, through the principals, and through Julie Sen. So obviously we can do more, but I just wanted everyone to know that that is being done every time we have an opening. And if the openings are open for a long time, I do it several times. Thank you.
Thank you for taking that action. I did not know. I appreciate it from my part. Onto the consent calendar. Items on the calendar are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by one motion. By approval of the consent calendar, the staff recommendations will be adopted unless otherwise modified by the City Council. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless a council member or a member of the audience requests removal of the items from the consent calendar. Does any council member wish to remove an item? Any council members indicating that they would like to? So we will turn to the public, and you can go ahead and remove an item, and then if you would go ahead and speak to the item, and City Clerk, if you would provide 3 minutes for any speaker so we can get your both item you remove and your comments on that item at the same time. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. So I'd like to pull 7-4, 7-5, 7-6, 7-7, 7-8, and 7-9.
Okay.
When you are.
Please proceed with your comments or questions.
Yes, thank you, sir. So 7-4, that's regarding the advisory body resignation with Kathy Rye with Social Economic Justice Commission. Kathy Rye was appointed to Vice Mayor Tiedemann, and I was just wondering if Vice Mayor Tiedemann has someone in mind to appoint. I just don't want more months to go by without city council member having someone to appoint. You know, delaying appointing somebody just does not help the city. So I hope council member Tiedemann appoints somebody soon. I'm ready for 7-5.
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, yeah, so I would like to welcome Robin Lopez to the Social and Economic Justice Commission. I appreciate the city council as a whole to fill that vacancy. And that's great because of her last name, Lopez, she may or may not be of Latin origin. Her last name could be married. But I don't know. Her name looks like she could be black or brown or whatever the chair of the commission, Social Justice Commission, was recommending. So that looks good. I'm ready for 7-6.
Okay.
I have a comment on 7-5 while we're working on this.
Can I have my time, please?
Okay, sure.
Thanks. I just appreciate not being interrupted. So 7-6. 7-6 is council members McQuaid and Nason all of a sudden recommend stronger gun safety law. Now, I don't know if everybody knows, but I sent an email regarding this, and Mayor Jordan responded to me. And so I just think that that was my idea. And I don't know if Nason and McQuaid are taking credit for it. Either way, I did send the city council an email regarding this. So that was my idea, but at least we're working on it. Thank you for stronger gun safety. So 7-7. Oh yeah, 7-7 is basically it's to continue the Zoom meetings for city council. Now, I'm not sure if Albany has a standing ordinance right now where masks are required. It just seems like these Zoom meetings are kind of more of a convenience. I just want to suggest city council meetings be in person. 7-8, is that a budget for July 1st, 2022 through July 1st, 2023? And 7-9 is the storm drain improvement. I don't know why we need more money to fix our storm drains when we just got an award for the cleanest storm drains. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will just provide a bit of information in response to some of these that are within my remit. Robin Lopez actually goes by he, him, his. Regarding the Zoom meetings, my understanding is Alameda County did issue a masking indoors order for the entire county, excepting the city of Berkeley. The city of Berkeley has its own Department of Health, almost uniquely of cities in the state. I think there may be one other city in the state that's in that situation. So I think those, let's see. Yeah, I will leave it there. Well, first I'm going to recognize Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about the review of the committees. I had brought up concerns about the SEJC, particularly the use of dehumanizing language there to talk about people. And I watched the last SEJC meeting and found it troubling in a number of ways. And under the circumstances, I'm kind of reluctant to ask anybody to serve on that body. So I'd like to get an understanding. And, you know, we're spending, I'm also concerned about how staff is treated in the context of that committee and the difficulty that we are having staffing it successfully. So I'm hoping that we can have a discussion of the committees in the fairly near future, where we could perhaps find a way to be more efficient and more effective.
So it sounds like we can revisit that at future agenda items, or I can put that forward to future agenda items.
Well, I'm asking in the context because people are discussing the SEJC right now. Future agenda items is much later tonight. And I'd like to know what the plan is around reviewing the committees. Thank you.
I don't know the specific plan at this time, and I don't believe we can take up a broad discussion of the commission under the agenda item as it's framed.
I'm not suggesting that, but I'm asking about the timing. My appointment is one of the vacancies. I'm very reluctant to put anybody on a committee where things are going on that are as problematical as what I've seen at some of those meetings. So I would like to get a better understanding of how we get this back on track.
Okay.
But that's enough. It's for a future meeting. I do agree with that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
Yes, just to respond to the question about my appointments under agenda item 7.4. I do not have an appointment waiting in the wings, as Kathy Rye has just resigned. As of, this is the first time that we are officially having it agendized. So it's officially recognized due to MADI Act that won't be able to be filled yet. I encourage anyone to apply who is interested, as well as get in touch. I have a variety of vacancies that I will be doing my best to fill very soon. Due to trying to appoint people from the village who keep moving away because they can't live in the village anymore. So if anyone is interested, I encourage them to apply and get in touch.
Very good. Not seeing any other hands raised. I'm just going to take the opportunity to comment to staff. I think it's on 10 and 11. I don't remember the items right at the moment, but to thank staff for an accurate engineer's estimate on the next round of sidewalk repair. It was almost spot on to the lowest responsible bid that came in, which is very helpful for planning capital financial expenditures. And want to thank staff for all the care that they're taking to integrate the Masonic and Marin signal upgrade projects, which is under one contract, with the Marin Phase 1 repaving contract, which is a separate contract. So it was quite a complicated project, and I appreciate the attention that they're paying to bring that in, bring those projects home. So with that, no other items having been, yes, Vice Mayor Tiemann.
I was just going to move the consent calendar.
I second it.
The consent calendar has been moved by Vice Mayor Tiemann, seconded by Councilmember Gary. City Clerk, will you please poll the council?
Vice Mayor Tiedemann?
Yes.
Councilmember Gary?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay?
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Nason?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you all. Brings us to the presentations section of the meeting. We have two presentations tonight. The first is from the Alameda County Library, and the specific action item regards a contract for the next fiscal year to add additional hours to the base hours that are provided by the county using the county's funding, and Albany has two additional taxes that provide revenue to increase those hours from 15.5 to approximately 41 hours per week. Thank you, staff.
Yes, good evening, Council and Mayor Jordan. The item before you includes a presentation from Alameda County Library staff and adoption of a resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement with the County of Alameda for additional library services for fiscal year 2022 and 2023 in the amount of $725,440. The Albany Library, a branch of Alameda County Library, is open to the public a total of 41 hours per week. Of the 41 hours, 25.5 hours are contracted with Alameda County Library. I will now turn it over to Darshan Mata. He's the Finance Services Officer with Alameda County Library, and Rachel Scher, who is the Albany Library Manager.
Welcome both. Thank you for attending.
Good evening, everybody. So my name is Darshan Chauta. I'm a finance manager at Alameda County Library. So we are renewing this contract. This is a contract that is renewed every year. And so last 2 years, everybody knows that we had a tough time. So the library services were not at 100% level. We were reduced to like maybe 50% and 75%. But the good news is that we are back to 100%. So we are fully open with 100% service level. So the proposed contract for next year is like the contract amount is the same as $725,000, but the total budget is about $2.5 million. And we have about 13.95 FTEs. FTEs like a full-time equivalent positions. Most of them are filled positions. They're maybe some vacant positions. I mean, Rachel will knows better about that. And so the total budget has, although the contract amount is the same, but the budget has increased from last year because of the COLA and all the material expenses. So material is getting more expensive, and staff COLA is about like 5% COLA every year given to the staff. And so this $2.5 million is funded by revenue sources, is like a property tax. So property tax is like a 700,000 property tax. The county collects all the property tax from throughout the county, and then they give us like library about less than 1% of the total property tax. And so based on like a property value in each city, we divide that among the cities. So that is like $700,000 about property tax. Then there is a contract, and then rest of amount is funded by the library. So I think there was a question last time even that why that contract amount is the same for last couple of years. I mean, it's last maybe 10, 15 years is the same amount. Since the contract is funded through special, like a special library act of 94 and 2006. So it's not a part of general fund. So we know that fund is kept separate. And if there are savings that they generate a fund balance in that particular fund. So that is kept for a rainy day, like in future, if the situation goes worse, we might have to increase the contract amount. But right now, library is in a good position. We also create available fund balance, like all the unspent money that we have, we create a fund balance. So we use money from that fund balance to fund whatever is the shortfall in that property tax and contract amount. So that is basically rollover contract, same amount. And so there are some special projects that we are doing next year. We are introducing RFID, is a radio frequency identification device that to track the materials. So while implementing that RFID thing, there will be some changes within the library, like structural changes, but city doesn't have to pay anything for that. So county will be bearing all that expenses. And other than that, if you guys have any question for me, most welcome.
Any council members have questions? Yes, Councilman Roquette.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this question is actually for you or maybe for Rachel. In the agreement on under terms and conditions on page 2, it mentions periodic activity reports. I'm curious as to what those are and when we receive them. And this could be it. I don't know.
Yeah, those reports are sent quarterly. Along with the invoice, that when we bill the city like quarterly invoices, the reports are sent. So Rachel generates those reports and then is sent it to a library, like a county librarian. She reviews it, she signs it, and those reports come with the invoice. And maybe Rachel can like put more light on that subject, because she is the one who basically generates those reports.
I think, oh, Rachel, go ahead.
Oh, I can jump in. Yes, I do report every quarter. So our fiscal year is July through June. And I have a report tonight that I can present, which I know we're in the middle of a quarter, but I tried to wrap up for the year instead of just the quarter.
Okay, because one of the things when we sunsetted the library board was that the council would be receiving the reports that previously had gone to the library board. And I'm not really recalling that that's happening on a real regular basis. I can remember a few times, but I don't want to lose track of that. And then I also, I have a question that one of the community members brought up. There was a bequest, I believe, from the Youngs for digitizing the old Albany Times newspapers. And I understand that the money has now been spent. So how is the community able to access those old newspapers?
So I am going to report on that tonight.
Oh, good. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, if there are no more questions for Darshan, I can share my report.
Actually, I had a question. So it's commendable that it sounds like you've been able to build up some reserves, if you will, in the library account. Is the library, is it in structural deficit this year, or are you basically having to touch that reserve account this year, or are you in balance?
So basically, we library, we are not part of general fund with the county. We are basically funded by property tax. That's our major source of revenue. And then we have contracts with different cities for additional hours like Fremont, Albany, Dublin. So basically, we are not in deficit. We have a fund balance of about like $18 million. So that is we have a couple of vacant positions, funded vacant positions, and then we manage our money very wisely. We don't overspend. So that creates, since we are not part of general fund, so that money, whatever we save, goes into a available fund balance. That's called available fund balance. So we are creating that fund. That is a kind of rainy day fund. So so far we are in a good position. And with this rumor about recession coming, I don't know what the future will be. But at this moment, we are in a good position. And so since that, even the city has a separate fund for those Library Service Acts 94 and 2006. So that is a separate fund. So I guess nobody can touch those funds except for this purpose only.
That's right.
So we are in that kind of a safe zone.
And so the 18 million that is on the county side, not the city side, the 18 million.
That is a county side.
Right, exactly. So that 18 million, what is that as a percentage of the county side library budget?
So library total budget is about 42 million.
Okay, so that's pretty healthy reserve then.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for doing that. And then this is a question for Albany city staff, and you may not have it at your fingertips, which I would understand, but what is the amount that has not been spent currently in the Albany library tax revenue accounts? If you know, presume that there's money building up there, because that's what's relayed. The amount that we've been getting to get these extra hours has been the same for years. So I don't know if we've basically been spending 100% of what comes in off those property taxes each year, or if there's some reserve building up there as well.
We do have a reserve. I don't have the exact number, but also because during the pandemic, the library was closed for a certain period of time and did not invoice the city for the full amount. So we did accrue a balance as a result of that as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Very good. Those are the questions I had for this moment. Thank you. Anybody else have questions for the financial director? Seeing none. Librarian.
Thank you. I'm just going to share my screen. Just a moment. Is that showing okay?
There we go. Yes. We're seeing flight sorter mode at the moment.
Yes, there we go. So I'm reporting on the fiscal year 2021 to 2022, and I'll also report out a little bit on what we have planned for the next year. Before we get started, just a quick overview of our mission and vision. Our mission is we grow learners, break barriers, build futures, and our vision is kind, connected humans. We also have a strategic plan
So in order to achieve our mission and vision, sorry about the background noise, we have 4 areas of exploration. So behind all our programs and services, we're keeping these 4 areas of exploration in mind. So the first is innovation and cultivation, justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion, civic participation, and healthy families and healthy homes. I have made a brief timeline. Of course, this doesn't encapsulate everything that happened since the beginning of the pandemic, but just a snapshot of how services have changed during the pandemic. So during the shelter in place, we didn't, even though our library was shut down, we were still providing services. So we had online chat programs. We deployed workers for disaster service work. And then we began our hold pickup service, which was a no contact pickup service. So people could safely pick up their holds outside. In April of 2021, we reopened the library. We had limited capacity the first couple of weeks, then we opened to full capacity, and we had limited hours. So we had a break in the middle of the day. And then in September, we moved back to our regular pre-pandemic hours. And that's where we're at now. We're also starting to offer programs outside for the most part. We want to be as safe as possible. So we've been working with the recreation department, the community center, to provide programs on the patio, and as well as we'll have some programs in local parks this summer. These aren't up to date for the quarter because the quarter's not over yet. So I tried to give some statistics for the fiscal year or the first quarter and this most recent quarter so far. So over 200,000 e-materials. Of course, we're investing more in e-resources and materials, not only because of the pandemic, but that's just the direction of people's use of the library. We've had over 3,000 PC sessions and laptops. So those are computers used inside the library, 3,500 Wi-Fi connections, over 10,000 holds filled. And this picture is of one of our staff working on filling all those holds during the hold pickup service. Oops, my screen is very sensitive. We've had, in the first quarter, when we were not yet fully open, we had an average of 2,751 visitors a month. And this quarter so far, we've had an increase of 2,000 visitors a month, over an increase of 2,000. So we're at about 4,752 now. And that seems to be increasing each month. We're still not back to pre-pandemic circulation or visiting, but it's increasing every month. So we're moving in a good direction. When we couldn't provide programs due to social distancing needs and space, we have set up what in the library world people call passive programs. I prefer to call them interactive displays because I don't like the sound of passive programs, but these are just a snapshot of some of the interactive displays we've done, and we continue to change them out. So people can interact with these, interact with each other, but it's not so much a staff-led program. So on the left of your screen, those were a craft that we did for Dia de los Libros and little doll kits, felt dolls. And then some of our staff have come up with some really great displays across from the circulation desk. This one in the middle is people could come in and identify places on the map of the world, places they've been, places they have a connection to, places they want to go. And on the right top, we have our cat versus dog debate. I'm not sure I remember who won that. It was a pretty close contest. And in the bottom right, we have a bookmaking craft that was in the children's area. We've also done a lot of collection development. So we have a new parenting collection. Our collection team is centralized. So this is for the entire library system, not just for Albany. And we've got a collection in the children's area specifically for parents, books that we've identified and new books that we've acquired on topics related to parenting. They have their own sticker, and you can look them up in the catalog and identify them by the parenting collection. We also have a zine collection. It's in library use only for now, but we're actually the first branch to do this, and other branches are starting to do it. So we're going to work with those branches at some point to make it a circulating collection. There are obviously some challenges with circulating non-traditional materials, but we have some ideas about how to do it. We've always had a romance collection, but that's been interfiled in our library in the fiction section, other than the sort of pulp paperback, mass market paperback romance novels. Everything else has been in the hardcovers, have been in the regular fiction section, and we will be treating it just like our other genres. So it will be its own separate section, and we'll be getting some new materials for that as well. And as I'm not sure I remember who asked about this, maybe Peggy, about the newspaper archives. So our historical newspapers, we have I think over 300 volumes of historical newspapers, and there are several years within each volume. So it's a very big project. It's been paid for with that. I am blanking on the name of that fund, but it's already been paid for by the city. And they are slowly making their way through it. They've scanned about 13,000 items or pages so far. And we have about 35,000 pages in the collection. So a little bit more than a third of the way, or if you're an optimist, almost halfway. So this will probably take another year. We are doing it slowly in batches, and not only because the work is slow and the material is delicate, and so they have to work slowly, but also so that the archive is available for people to look at. We don't want to send the entire archive away at once, so just certain volumes are unavailable while they're working on them, but the rest of the collection is available. That is by appointment. It's kind of always been by appointment because we house that in our basement storage area. It's not necessarily by appointment, I should say. We do have to retrieve the materials though and bring them up. But people can, if there's a reasonable amount of time, we have staff available to go down and retrieve it. People can come and ask without an appointment. And then we also started a seed kit program. This is a countywide library program where we're distributing seeds at all the libraries. So there are packets pretty regularly provided, and there are some related programs that other branches have started doing, and we hope to do too. Of course, library programming hasn't stopped during the pandemic. In addition to the interactive displays we've been doing for a while, we've been doing online programs, but as I said, we've started to move to offline programs and activities outside. Some of the online programs we've had would probably not have been able to, we wouldn't have been able to make happen without the online format. So we are looking to continue to do that in the future, even if we don't need to social distance, we'll probably do a mix of online and in-person programs. A few of the exciting programs that we've had are here. We had an incredible interview and interview with Barbara Lee and the filmmaker of Speaking Truth to Power, which I'll talk about in a few minutes. We had a panel of local Bay Area Ukrainians talking about the war and how you can support Ukraine. We had an expert, a therapist and climate change expert talk about climate change anxiety and ways to deal with that. We had, we participated in the city's resource fair, which also happened to be the day of Dia de los Libros, which is National Literacy Library Day. So we gave out free books and we had that craft activity that I have pictures of. And we've been having regular crafts every couple weeks. Sometime in the summer, we've been doing it every week on the patio or in the parks. One of our biggest programs this year, which we started actually before the pandemic, I got a grant with the state library to do some mental health programming. And then the pandemic hit, so we had to sort of change course for our plans, but we managed to put together some discussion groups that were moderated by mental health experts. So parenting support, grief counseling. We've also started a monthly meditation series, which has been online, but which has allowed us to have guest speakers from all over the country. This month, we're going to try our first offline meditation program, which will be a mindfulness walk led by me. And we had a fun, for Mental Health Awareness Month, we had a fun mental health challenge that people could do themselves. So it was a checklist of sort of mindfulness activities that people could do on their own. And then if they turned it in and completed a certain number of activities, they were eligible for a prize drawing. We were able to give everyone who participated a prize. We've had many, many discussion groups. This couldn't put them all here. So I just put some of the topics we discussed. We've had, also we started a mental health interest group for staff, recognizing that our staff need support to not just coming up with public programs, but promoting well-being amongst staff. Our partnership with the Albany Film Fest continues to be really important to us and to the library. We've been able to host films and market them and reach local artists and filmmakers and activists that we would not normally have that network with. And so we're very grateful to the Albany Film Festival and that partnership. One of the more exciting programs we had this film screening plan, Speaking Truth to Power, which is a profile of Barbara Lee by a local filmmaker, Abby Ginsberg, who actually lives in Albany. So we hope to show more of her films and hopefully have her visit in person someday. But at the very last minute, Barbara Lee said she was available for an interview. So our social justice services manager, Lisa Harris, who's in that right corner of that screenshot, was able to interview Barbara Lee. It was a really inspiring interview and film. And more recently, we also had a film screening of Angst, which was about anxiety. And then we had a follow-up discussion with NAMI East Bay. It was for teens only. And NAMI East Bay is the National Alliance on Mental Illness. And we've partnered with them for a number of programs. So the president, Liz, has been a really important partner in that partnership that we formed during the pandemic. And then we have a lot of new things going on with teens. So we've had, with the Albany Film Fest, we've also done films specifically for teens as part of a series, working with another branch library. So we've had a series of films for teens. We've had recently a virtual Pride booth fair, I think it was last week. And one of the more exciting things happening in Albany is we finally have a teen advisory group after many years of trying to get teens to come to the library and form a cohesive group. We have a good group of dedicated teens who have been regularly coming to the teen advisory group, and they're mostly meeting online, but they're starting to do some things in the library. So they will be doing, putting up our summer display this week in the teen area. We also had mental health discussion groups with the teens, and we had a really fun kit that we developed, stress ball kit, so they can make their own stress balls. And that was countywide. And children and families, obviously, we continue to provide more traditional story times, but they've been online and with an added component of a craft using materials that you can find in your house. And we've been also offering some offline activities. So these are just the pictures on the bottom left and right are from our most recent activity, which was bubble making on the patio. And we celebrate diversity, not just during the nominated or designated months for these different things, but I just wanted to give a little snapshot of some of the things that we've done to celebrate diversity. The upper left is a Dia de los Muertos altar display. Bottom right is, if you'll find that on our website, bottom left, you'll find that on our website. It's, we have a whole blog of Pride Month activities and information. This event in the middle was already mentioned in the manager's report that's coming up. We had an Indigenous food pathways program. We put up displays for Jewish American Heritage Month, Asian American Pacific Month. We had a book talk with a local author on East versus West parenting. We also, I couldn't fit everything on here, but another event that is coming up soon that I wanted to give a shout out to is on the 29th, so the day after their activist screening. We have Rhea Ewing coming in to talk about their comic about gender. And you can find all of this on aclibrary.org on our events calendar. And it's also summer reading, or summer adventure is what we call it. The theme this year is Wonder in Nature. On the right, those are just the activity. We have more activities for adults as well. These are just some of the activities we have going on for families, specifically and children. And we also are, I didn't put it on this flyer, but we are also going to do National Night Out this year. So on August 2nd, I believe, on the first Tuesday in August, we'll be out there on the patio that evening, providing activities for a National Night Out. And if you want to participate in summer reading, you can just go to aclibrary.org/summer. If you forget that, there's also a link to it on our homepage. And then some things coming up next year. Darshan already talked about RFID. We'll continue with the digitization of the historical newspapers. We'll continue with providing both online and offline programs. And we hope to sort of redesign our teen area. with the team's input. That is the end of my presentation. I'll stop screen sharing.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Councilman McQuaid.
Thank you, Rachel. That was a great presentation. I have one question though. Pardon my ignorance. What is Zini? The Zini collection?
Oh. Yes, I forgive me for not explaining that. That's not, a lot of people don't know what a zine is. So a zine is, we have a definition that we worked on. I don't have in front of me, but it's a sort of a handcrafted magazine, self-published. And so because it's self-published and there aren't many rules with the format, it really allows people to open up on the content and the theme and the format.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions from council members?
You know, if I may, I sort of have another money question. I'm not sure it goes to Rachel, or would you like me to wait?
No, please ask now.
So on agenda item 7-9, where we talked about the taxes, it's stated in there that there's a, that's what I believe it stated, there's a balance of $840,000, and we're paying the library $725,400, leaving us approximately $115,000. But I also read somewhere that we want to have a $200,000 balance. So first of all, am I doing the math correctly? And secondly, should we be concerned that we're below, that if I am doing the math correctly, that we are below the $200,000?
I will try to answer that, but if Heather is around, she'd probably have a better answer than I do. You know, we do collect from two taxes, you know, for the revenue to pay for the extra hours. So that will cover the contract for next fiscal year. And the balance state that you mentioned that is stated under item 7-9, I guess, thank you for bringing that up, is actually the fund balance. So we have well over $200,000, you know, as a fund balance in the library fund.
The 725 doesn't come out of that fund balance?
No, the 725 will come out of the revenue generated over the next fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
I see Director Rowden has her hand raised and it has been admitted. So if you have anything to add, please do.
Isabel did very well. I just wanted to let you know I was here if needed. That is correct. Every year, the taxes that we bring in are budgeted at a slight deficit because we have had a balance left over year over year. And like it says, we hope to have around 200,000 in that fund. Because the library shut down during COVID and they didn't bill us, that is why there's such a large balance at this time. Generally, it's not that. Generally, the balance isn't that high, but there are projects planned to bring that down slightly this next year. And those will come to council once they're a little bit more fleshed out.
Great, thank you. I was wondering on the RFID project, is that for contactless checkout, essentially?
So it's just, the technology makes it checkout more efficient. Also the workflow for staff. So instead of loading one book at a time on the scanner bed, you can put, because they're chipped, you can put like, depends on the size of the book, but you can put probably up to 10 books at a time. And several cities in the area already have RFID. So I know that there might be some concerns around privacy. However, the way we're going to do it
the chip would not relate at all to the person's account. It would relate to the barcode of the book. So there wouldn't be any personal information being transmitted.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Gary?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Rachel, for the report. I just wanted to just inquire after the information that Heather and Isabel provided, if we can explain why there is a 200,000 balance, and then what additional funds are not available here. If you can just bring light to that.
So the $200,000 was settled on because we basically were planning for contingencies. You know, something happened with the building and needed to be repaired, or we needed to upgrade, you know, audiovisual equipment, or, you know, anything in the, anything library related. We want to make sure that there was a cushion there so that it could be provided if needed, just like our regular general fund balance. There's nothing in there right now that is unspendable in accounting terms, meaning there's obviously it's restricted to library use, but there's nothing there right now that's, you know, allocated to a certain thing or anything like that except for the library contract.
Thank you.
Thank you. The historic newspaper collection that's being scanned as each batch is being scanned is the result of the scanning being made available online, or is that on pause until it's all done?
It's a bit complicated. We could make it available online before it's all done, but it will be much easier to do all at once. So okay. We're waiting. Okay,
the plan is to wait. I wasn't pushing for either. I was just trying to understand. As someone who has had librarians kindly pull materials from down below, definitely eagerly awaiting completion of that.
I also want to add that the city does provide janitorial services for the library, and we reimburse the library, reimburses the city. So we have a contract with the city to pay them back for the janitorial services. So that part is also sometime university think they do some kind of report for those library service funds, and that is included. So it is included as an expense and then included as a revenue from the county as well. So if you look at that report might have that janitorial services expense and that taken out of that fund, but then it's reimbursed by the county.
Thank you. Help me understand the report when I should have to look at one. Hopefully they're forthcoming to us. Member McQuaid's interest. Is there any other questions at this time about people in attendance with their hand raised? The clerk, if you would kindly admit the first person.
Welcome. Good evening, Mayor. Yes, so library. Rachel, you do a great job managing the Albany Library. So I have a few questions regarding the $725,440. I'm actually wondering if we could use the $440 for a specific purpose, and that would be to fix the fax machine. There's a fax machine in there, but it seems to be broken. And I think having a community fax machine at the library would be such a great resource for the community. You know, just being able to get something faxed there would just be so beneficial for a lot of reasons. So that would just be my request, is if you could use that $440 to invest that, you know, in the fax machine. I really, really like how you have new programs for mental health. What a great resource. I'm really proud of that. You know, I'm not sure what's going on in the city of Albany right now regarding mental health resources. I don't know if there's anything at the community center, but I just want to say thank you for stepping in and picking up the slack on mental health. And I really like the mindful meditation. I was just kind of wondering if we could bump that up to once a week instead of just once a month, because meditation and mindfulness meditation is such a great tool for mental health. You know, sound bowl meditation and all sorts of things. And I was wondering, since it's an Alameda County library, can you team up with Alameda County, you know, food bank? And so maybe once a month, Alameda County Food Bank could come over with a van full of food and just pass out food right in the central area of our community at the library. So I think that would be a great resource for the community as well, if somehow that could be networked between the Alameda County Library and Alameda County Food Bank. I mean, that would just be so wonderful. You could just have a big line of the community lining up for food. I was wondering if the parking hours, I noticed the parking hours, there's no parking between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. Is that an Alameda County rule? I mean, is that part of the library? Or is that the city? Because the Wi-Fi is open 24 hours, right? And what is the Wi-Fi password? Is it still Dinner with Albany 2012? Last thing I want to mention is I was doing some research, and the Alameda County Library has a social justice program. If you could tell us more about the social justice program within the Alameda County Library. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. And seeing you're on a phone number and you're still on mute, I will offer that going off mute by phone, I believe you press *9. You're unable to hear you. You're still showing as on mute at this time.
Mute and unmute is *6.
Oops. Change my script. Hi.
Oh, hi. Yeah, hi, thank you. I just wanted to call in support of the, I think it's item 10.1, and I wanted to call in support the funding for bike lockers down at the Albany Beach.
Thank you. We're actually at an earlier part of the agenda at this point.
Okay.
So I apologize, we're not on that item yet, but your comment will be welcome when we get to it. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for the report. Just have a couple questions. I wanted to know, I'm concerned about people who are unhoused and living in Albany, and being able to vote, and also being able to use a toilet and a sink, or people, and not necessarily just people who are unhoused. But so I was wondering if the Albany Library had ever considered having a drop box. As far as I know, you don't have one. It may be that changed because I was gone for a few months. But a lot of libraries like Sacramento Public Library have a drop box that is available 24 hours a day so that people can drop off their ballot. And then another suggestion I have is to have free notary services, because there's some people that need to have things notarized and can't afford it. And there are libraries, for example, Kansas City Public Library in Missouri has a free notary service. So those are just two suggestions. And then I also wanted to know, I know that I think you probably don't control what happens in the parking lot. And I know that the portable toilet and sink are gone now. At least last time I was there, they were gone. And I was wondering if you had any sway over having them put back, or if you had any thoughts about that. I know that as long as you're open, people can use the toilet and sink in the inside the community center. But when you're not open, when the community center is not open, there are people that need those services. And so you may have absolutely no influence over that, but I just thought I would mention it. Thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no other hands raised, we'll come back to council for discussion. Any further questions that were raised by comments or otherwise came up? Not seeing any hands raised. I will ask some of these questions and feel free to defer. I know you're on the spot here, so but I try to do my job to pass along questions. So there was a question about a fax machine. Is that a service that the library would?
Yeah, so the fax machine, we would like it fixed as well. We contract with another company for our printing and fax services. So under that contract, we can't get a new fax machine or a new service. There are multiple ways around it though. So we are able to send faxes. It's just a little bit more convoluted than it used to be. So for the people who need to send a fax, we are able to help them.
Okay.
Should I just move down the list? Or?
Yeah, if you would. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, I wrote them down.
Yeah.
The mental health programs, I would love to have once a week. We have limited staffing at our branch. And our branch is sort of leading the way on most of these programs. So we are encouraging in our mental health interest group for other branches to sort of also introduce more mental health programs. But if we can get to that place where we have weekly programs, that would be great. The food distribution, we do have a partnership with the Alameda County Food Bank and have several food distribution sites in the county that have been identified as the most in need. They do also do food distribution, as Jeremiah mentioned, through I think Berkeley Food and Housing Project and at the high school. So our limited resources for that partnership have just gone to other branches. For the parking hours, that is not a library. The parking lot is not run by the library. That's run by the city and the community center. And my understanding is that those restricted hours are part of a city ordinance. But I will let the council respond to that. The password, our Wi-Fi, so that password might be for the city's Wi-Fi, but our Wi-Fi does not require a password. So it's 24 hours, no password needed. You do need to authenticate. The social justice program, there is more information on our website, but our social justice program primarily does work in the juvenile hall, but they also partner with us on programs throughout the county. And the ballot drop box, I don't know if physically if that's possible. And maybe we could work it out so that it's a good idea that we could were able to drop off ballots all during the election at the community center. But maybe in the future, we'll be able to open up one side of our book drop for ballots instead. I'm not sure. I'd have to talk to election officials about how to do something like that. Notary services are something that we have looked into and are continuing to look into. It wouldn't be something we want to provide only in Albany for equity reasons. So putting a system-wide program in place is a little trickier. So it is something we're looking into though. The toilet, I did reach out at the beginning of the pandemic and asked if we could put that toilet in the parking lot and a hand washing station, and the city agreed and it was great. But it's not something that the library paid for or contracted with. So the decision to remove it or put it back is not really up to us. I think that was all the questions.
Thanks so much. Yes.
And just to add to that, like fax question, so we have a contract with the Pinnacle Vending System. They provide print and fax services, and we provide free print services up to 5 copies. So we is it 10 now? Yeah, it started with 5, so 10. So we reimburse that contractor for that's free print copies. And for social justice programs, we provide services at Santa Rita Jail and at Juvenile Justice Center in San Leandro.
Thank you. But just to clarify, so there's a contract at print service, but it doesn't provide a functional self-serve fax machine or serve through a librarian, it sounds like.
So the scanner works, so you can scan your materials, and we can fax it. But
I see.
The fax and the printing is working. Everything's working except for the fax machine right now. They're still troubleshooting that.
Okay. Thank you. All right, very good. With that, are there any other questions or comments? Yes.
I have a question with regard to the fax machine. So the fact that it's still not working, I mean, what is the plan, or how long are we going to allow it to not work until we figure out another option so that service is available for the community members?
That is up to our IT department for the library. So I think they would negotiate a new contract with the help of Darshan. I'm not sure. It's not really a branch by branch decision. It's a system-wide decision.
We'll look into that. I'll discuss this with the IT and we'll find out.
Thank you. And if you could please let that city manager know, and she will let us know. Councilmember McQuaid.
Are you ready to have a motion to accept the resolution?
I think this would be that time.
Okay, I'd like to move to adopt resolution 2022-69, authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement with the County of Alameda for additional library services for fiscal year 2022-23 in the amount of $725 and $700. Let me try one more time. $725,400.
Seconded.
Let's see, tiebreaker. It was approved by Councilmember McQuaid and seconded, I'm going to say, by Councilmember Nason to approve resolution 2022-69. City Clerk, will you please poll the council?
Councilmember Gary?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember McQuaid?
Yes.
Councilmember Nason?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Tiedemann?
Yes.
Motion carries.
And thank you, Albany Library, for adjusting so much in the moment and over the years, and at the same time originating new programs in the midst of that. It's quite remarkable. Take care. That brings us to the next presentation, which is Berkeley Food and Housing Project, consideration of a contract for Berkeley Food and Housing Project for the next 2 fiscal years to operate Albany Housing, Albany Project Housing Opportunities Expanded, or Project Hope.
Okay, so that's me again. So the item before you includes a presentation from Berkeley Food and Housing Project on Albany Project Hope, Housing Opportunities Expanded, and adoption of a resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with Berkeley Food and Housing Project for fiscal years 2023 and 2024 at a cost not to exceed $1,252,272 for the provision of services for Albany Project Hope, the city's homeless outreach, engagement, and housing navigation program, which also includes expansion services in the amount of $500,000 approved by the City Council on November 1st, 2021, as part of the COVID Public Assistance Program. Staff is proposing to cover the cost of the 2-year contract with no increase to the general fund with American Rescue Plan Act and Community Development Block Grant funding. So I'll just go over the staff report briefly. Berkeley Food and Housing Project has been providing homeless outreach, engagement, case management, and housing services in the City of Albany since July 2013. The current 2-year contract approved by Council on June 1st, 2020 is set to expire on June 30th, 2022. To continue services provided by Albany Project Hope, the contract with Bfhp needs to be renewed. As with the current contract, a renewal of 2 years is proposed to ensure continuity of services. Since approval of the contract, Council has approved 2 amendments of the current contract. The first amendment approved by Council on July 19th, 2021 increased the contract amount by $285,000 using ARPA money, American Rescue Plan Act, and Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, funds to cover costs associated with responding to the needs of people experiencing homelessness in Albany during the COVID-19 pandemic. And again, as I mentioned earlier, the contract was amended a second time for services provided as part of the COVID Public Assistance Program. Albany Project Hope will be, so as of to continue the program, Albany Project Hope will be staffed by Bfhp with 1 full-time supervisory case manager and 1 full-time housing navigator. Staffing will also include 10% of a clinical manager's salary to assist the Albany Project Hope team with disability verification and other necessary support for permanent housing. The city will be using ARPA funding to provide rapid rehousing subsidies, short-term hotel stays, and flexible housing subsidies for move-in costs and other program expenses such as, but not limited to, food, transit passes, clothing, and household supplies. Bfhp staff provided a presentation to Council on February 1st, 2021 as part of a series of human social services presentations to inform Council on services provided by the Neighborhood Services Division of the city. And recently on June 7, 2022, Bfhp staff presented the fiscal year 2022 third quarter report, which is attachment 3 to your staff report, to the Social and Economic Justice Commission. Bfhp provides status reports on a quarterly basis. All reports are posted on the Homeless Outreach and Engagement page of the city website. I will now turn it over to Colleen Egan, the Executive Director of Bfhp, and Angela Upshaw, Director of Programs.
Thank you, Isabel. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us this evening. We do have a presentation for you. I will be providing the first part of it and then handing it off to my colleague, Angela Upshaw, who is the Director of Programs for Bfhp. Next slide, please. At Bfhp, our vision is that everyone has the right to affordable housing and eating healthy food. Every day we advocate for and partner with individuals and families experiencing housing and food insecurity, because when everyone in our community has a place to call a home and enough food to eat, we all benefit. Our mission is to ease and end the crisis of homelessness within our communities. And through the action that we live is that we provide emergency food and shelter, transitional housing, rapid rehousing, and permanent supportive housing with supportive services to individuals and families experiencing homelessness. Next slide, please. Our values. At Bfhp, we value equity, diversity, inclusion, community, and transparency. In all of our facilities and within our office spaces, we strive to create a community where everyone feels a sense of belonging. We believe that equity provides a process and programs that are impartial, fair, and provide equal possible outcomes for every person that we serve. We embrace the presence of differences for each person that we serve, and we provide a safe space where everyone feels included. We also seek to create a trusting environment for all stakeholders by being transparent in all actions that we take. Next slide, please. Our impact and reach. So our name is a bit deceiving. We're operational in 6 different counties, including Contra Costa, Alameda, San Joaquin, Solano, Sacramento, and Amador. Last fiscal year, we served 2,276 clients, 63,000 meals, and 1,357 veterans and their families. Next slide, please. In Alameda County specifically, we have our Dwight Way Center, which is comprised of a 32-bed shelter for men, a 32-bed shelter for women, 18 transitional housing beds for veterans, and 5 SROs dedicated to veterans as well. We have our Russell Street Residence, which is a 17-bed board and care that is dedicated to people who have previously experienced homelessness and also have a mental health diagnosis. We have our meals program that serves people who are experiencing food insecurity in our community every day, Monday through Friday, 3 to 4 p.m. outside of our Dwight Way Center. This meal is currently a to-go meal due to COVID, but we do plan to move it to our new Hope Center, which will be opening next month, and I'll provide details in a moment. And at our Hope Center, we do plan to provide it within our community room. We also have our Housing Community Supports Program, which is a rapid rehousing housing navigation program. We have, of course, our Albany Project Hope, our Berkeley Respite Program, which provides 18 RV trailers and 1 shared house as a shelter model to get people off the street and into a safe space that they can use until we identify their next phase in their housing stability plan. And finally, we have our Roads Home Alameda County, which is supportive services for veterans and their families. That includes case management, housing navigation, healthcare liaison, and several other services as well. Next slide, please. This slide includes all of the services within SBSBF. So we have our outreach program, our employment services, the case management I mentioned, healthcare navigation, temporary financial assistance, prevention, transitional housing, permanent supportive housing, shallow subsidies, our HUD-VASH voucher administration, and legal assistance. On here we have Rio Vista listed next to our permanent supportive housing because we partnered with Habitat for Humanity in Solano County, building a 6-bedroom, 3-bath house dedicated to veterans. Next slide, please. And finally, we have our Bfhp Hope Center, which is set to open next month. It is an $120 million building when all is said and done. We are partnered with Bridge Housing on this building. Bridge Housing side is comprised of 89 affordable housing units. The Bfhp side of the building includes 53 permanent supportive housing units, a 32-bed shelter dedicated to men, and 12 transitional beds dedicated to veterans. Our community room on the first floor is where we plan to serve our community meal every day, inviting people inside and expecting that peer-to-peer organic conversation where people from our community, people from within our building will come together once a day. Next slide, please. All right, I will be handing this off to Angela for the Albany Project Hope portion of our presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Colleen. So yeah, I'll talk a little bit about our Albany Project Hope program. Then I'll go into some of the services that we provide, and then give you a quick little recap of our Q3 report. So Albany Project Hope, our slogan or motto is a pathway from homeless to housing. And so this slide here just kind of gives you an overview of that process. So it begins with referrals that usually come from the Albany Police Department or the Albany Cares team, which goes into direct outreach with our housing navigator, who meets people where they are, engages them, and tries to conduct an intake, followed by document gathering and a coordinated entry assessment, which is really important and the key to getting people into permanent supportive housing. So this coordinated entry assessment helps to get folks on the housing queue for Alameda County. As I mentioned, get them into permanent supportive housing. And of course, we provide case management throughout the process. This just kind of gives you an overview of what our major goals are in the program. And you'll hear this term called housing document ready. And really that is our effort to help each person retrieve and obtain all of the documents they need to be eligible for permanent supportive housing through the Alameda County Coordinated Entry System. So upon outreach, the first thing that we do is assess each person with these two goals in mind. First, we're making sure that we're addressing their immediate needs, which could include food, water, or shelter. Shelter has a little asterisk there because it is directly linked to the coordinated entry assessment, which is required to enter into any shelters. So we do help with that person with obtaining that assessment, getting it done. And that assessment can help place them on the housing queue, which would allow them to receive permanent supportive housing. And then the second goal is really to gather all of those documents that I mentioned, which could include their ID card, social security card, disability verification, homeless verification, and income verification. And so oftentimes people that we encounter do not have these documents. And so our team works strategically to get those documents and make sure that they're uploaded into the Homeless Management and Information System, which is their key into receiving matches through that coordinated entry process. Outreach is a really big part of our program. We believe that engagement is key. It's really important to make a really good first impression and being consistent and respectful so we can really help folks to move through the process in our program. Our housing navigation team works to build trust among both our clients that we're serving and the landlords that we're engaging with. And then, of course, making sure that the shelter and basic needs are met. And that's going through that process of providing food, water, and shelter and getting folks through the coordinated entry system. So some of the services that we provide and are looking to expand with this proposal is 18 people would be able to be assisted with rapid rehousing subsidies. And so that includes 6 additional from our previous contract. And this would be over a 2-year period. And this shows you just some of the funding that is outlined in the staff report about how much that would, what is being proposed for that. Master leasing. So we recently acquired a second master leased home. And so the master lease homes are really important. They're used as transitional housing. And so it's designed for those individuals who either are not able to go to the shelter or are not interested in shelter. We're able to provide a safe and warm place for them to stay while we work through the process of getting them matched through the coordinated entry system to get a permanent supportive housing match. And so the first house that we have has 4 bedrooms. And we just, like I said, mentioned, we received another house and that has 4 bedrooms as well. So this would provide 24 months of transitional housing for people. The costs that are listed here also includes utilities, furnishing the house, cleaning, and any maintenance and repairs that we inquire. And we, like I said, just received that second house on June 1st, and we already have a person who's moved in. The first house is full with 4 people. And so again, it's really helpful to have that transitional place. It's more affordable than motel stays, which I will talk about next. So motel stays are really important when you have an emergency situation. It's reserved for individuals who need really short-term housing. It's usually gap housing. Maybe they are waiting for their unit to be inspected so they can move in, or it could be a way for us to engage someone who just needs a few nights off of the streets in a warm, clean, safe environment so we can better work with them through the process of getting and obtaining permanent supportive housing. So we anticipate being able to serve at least 4 people over the 2 years with one of these motel stays. It would be up to 7 nights stay. And then finally, the flexible housing assistance. So this would be expanded flexible housing subsidies that would cover a plethora of different services, including emergency food for someone who is not able to go to a food bank or obtain food from any other resource. Usually it's after hours or someone just moved into their unit, assisting with household goods and kitchen supplies, helping individuals with application fees, which could be towards their rental applications, or background checks and credit checks for applying for apartments. And then, of course, additional fees, which could be their birth certificate fee, ID fees, and et cetera. So having that flexible housing pool allows our team to be able to better engage and support people through the process of obtaining housing. This information is in the staff report. I just want to highlight a few items here that show our progress, our work toward the program from quarter 1 through quarter 3. So important from this area to look at is the outreach contacts have exceeded the target goal, as well as our housing case plans and the number of clients who have maintained housing. We gauge it at a 6-month period and a 12-month period. And then also the clients who have been matched with permanent supportive housing through the coordinated entry system has exceeded what our target goal was. And it's still another quarter left in the year. And so here, important to highlight is that a substantial time has been spent on discussions about housing, benefits, and employment. Our team works really detailed with individuals to help them with their paperwork that would get them into housing, providing home visits, life skills assistance, and contacts with landlords. And then finally, just highlighting some of the outcomes that we've seen so far in the first 3 quarters with 23 shelter placements, 38 home visits, 24 unsheltered persons contacted, 5 new permanent supportive housing matches, and 9 people have been in their permanent housing for over 6 months and 7 for over 12 months. And that is it. I'll stop sharing. Thank you. And I guess we're opening up to questions. I don't know, Mayor, if you're facilitating that. Thanks.
Thank you both for presentations and updates on the program. Are there any questions from council members? Yes, Councilmember Gary.
Mayor, thank you so much for your presentation. My first question is, where are the master lease homes? Where are they located?
The first one is in the city of Richmond, and the second one that we obtained is in Oakland.
Do you know why we didn't get one in Albany? Why is there no house in Albany?
Yeah, we did look. That's always the first place that we are searching for homes, but there was none available within the price range that we have budgeted. Unfortunately, the more affordable housing at this moment is in Richmond and Oakland.
And what is the price range that's budgeted?
Let me go to that. So the total for the 2 homes over a 2-year period is $254,965. And that includes, of course, the lease agreement, utilities, furniture, cleaning, and all fee maintenance and repairs that may incur. And so it's about 60.
We spoke briefly about the motel.
Sorry.
There's like a breakup, so go ahead. I'll let you finish.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I think it's about $60,000 per home per year.
And you were talking, so.
I will offer Councilmember Gary, your net connection is breaking up a little bit. You might try turning off video. That sometimes helps the audio. Oh.
Is that better?
Sounds a little better for the moment.
Okay, thank you. My next question is about the motels, so where are they located? And if you can speak briefly a little bit in more detail about their stay there.
Yeah, we're open to, utilizing any motel. Our price range is under $150 a night. Currently, we've been partnering with the Avondale Hotel, which is in Oakland. But again, we're open to any hotel that is reasonable and would accept the people that we serve. And I'll add, sometimes the folks we're serving don't have ID cards. And we notice that's usually the biggest barrier. And so we really look for partners in motels that don't require the ID card, that they'll just use our agency backing to allow the person to stay.
I know that some of the American Rescue Fund money was sent over. We know that the moratorium is about to end June 30th. And so some of that funding would help with current residents in Albany that are struggling with paying their rent. and staying housed? Because I know recently we just received a email the council did regarding someone that's about to lose their housing. And I don't know the logistics behind that. So it's just a general question, like how is some of that money being used to assist residents that are currently struggling right now to stay housed?
Yeah, that's a great question. Previously, our contract did include prevention assistance. This proposal would not, and I believe that's really because we anticipate additional assistance from the county and the state to support people who need housing, homeless prevention assistance.
I think that's something to consider if we decide to move forward. As we know, some residents haven't received funding from the county, and so again, the moratorium's about to end, and then that may be an influx of people that are unhoused. So how many people have Berkeley Food and Housing Help housed here in Albany? What is that timeline from last year to this year, or 2 years even?
Just to clarify, are you saying actually found permanent housing within the city limits of Albany, or who were homeless in Albany and found housing?
In Albany, correct.
Unfortunately, recently we've had a difficult time finding rental opportunities in the city of Albany. I know our housing navigator looks extensively within the city, mainly because we have a few people that we're working with that only want to be in Albany. But unfortunately, there's just not enough available units, or it's just too competitive. So I can't say that we've housed anyone within the city limits of Albany over the past 2 years. Everyone that we've housed has been in neighboring cities, Oakland, Richmond, even Berkeley, but we haven't had any success within the city of Albany.
And when you say competitive, are you saying as far as the amount of rent, or like, is there a cap that you guys come up with, and how do you come up with that cap?
Oh, no. Every unit that we've applied for, our clients have been denied. And so they're usually being priced out. There's someone with more income. A lot of the landlords are requiring 3 times the rent, regardless of having a program backing them, regardless of having a voucher. So we just really haven't, been able to compete with people who have substantially more income.
Okay. Thank you. I'll hold my questions for now and ask them.
Thank you. Councilor Nason?
I know that in a housing first approach, there's no preconditions for getting help in getting into stable housing. But if you do come across a person who is receptive to getting detoxed or getting mental health help, or a dual diagnosis situation, and they're willing to get help, what do you how do you approach that? I didn't see anything indicating that there's help with those kinds of issues.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's not a prerequisite or requirement to receive services within our program. A part of this proposal would be to fund a clinical case manager who's going to be able to assist with some of those referrals. One thing, they're going to help with getting the disability verification. That's going to help with people getting housed, but could also help connect them to mental health care. Currently, we're providing referrals through the public health department, either through Berkeley Mental Health or through the county's mental health services. And then as well as if anyone's interested in detox or substance abuse. But again, it's not a requirement. It's just if they're interested. And once we get folks housed, if they find that that might be something that would help them stay in housing, then we definitely encourage it. But again, it's not a requirement. It's just something that's going to be helpful for that person to remain housed.
And there are sufficient resources available for people who need substance abuse and mental health care assistance, who are receptive to it.
I'd be hesitant to say sufficient. There's always a great need, especially with mental health services.
Okay, but you're not proposing to fund that type of assistance?
We are, with our clinical case manager. That's part of this proposal. I think to Angela's point is that there is a significant need of that assistance just within all of the communities that we serve, and there isn't enough to go around through the different partnerships that we have and through what we're able to provide as an agency.
Okay, I hear you, but I guess it troubles me a little bit. Case management is great, but there have to be resources for the actual assistance for that to work, for that to be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe a follow-on question is if there's a client who is interested in sobriety services and the case manager, thinks that that's something that would be quite useful, what is the wait period for somebody to actually get into a program?
Sorry, go ahead, Colleen.
Oh, go ahead, Angela.
I was just going to say it really depends on the program. Again, we don't provide those services directly. It would just be based on referral.
Right.
Yeah. So it just depends on what their capacity is.
And I know there are programs like Options that will start working with somebody immediately. And I understand that that is funded in part by the City of Berkeley. But I don't know how that works. And I'm a little curious that we're not even asked to offer something like that. But it sounds like that's just not where your programs are directed.
That's right, but we do make referrals to Options. We are partnered with them. So if that need was, if it was identified, we would absolutely make that referral. And the clinical case manager that we're referring to, this is a licensed LCSW, someone that does have that education backing and can make an assessment and then connected with services. So we are trying to bring that component in-house as best we can within the budgetary constraints that we're working with.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And so, again, to follow on that, the referral would be to programs and services, obviously outside Bfhp in this contract we're contemplating. And are those, you mentioned Options, I just learned about that. That's funded by, sounds like the City of Berkeley, at least in part. So would that be open to clients from Albany? Or would Albany clients be referred to programs that are funded by the county? Or where does the funding come from for programs that Albany clients would be referred to?
So Albany clients have access to funding that funds all of Alameda County. So if, for example, if Options receives funding from various different funding streams, I'm not aware of all of them, but Alameda County being one, City of Berkeley being another, just like Berkeley Student Housing Project. So if we were able to identify someone that could benefit from their services, we would definitely make the referral to them. Mental health, same thing. There's Berkeley Mental Health that is funded. Funding comes through the county that goes directly to the city. They do have limited spots. So referrals to Berkeley Mental Health are sometimes difficult. So often reaching out to our partner agencies who are funded through the county. So it's a complex system, but fortunately, we do have a lot of providers at the table with us who we've partnered with and can lean on for clients coming out of Albany.
The takeaway is, and honestly for Bfhp, but from this discussion is for Albany to understand more its options for boosting capacity in this area. But that would be a different agenda item, different topic, but we can potentially discuss asking for that information when we get to deliberation. Are there any other questions? Yes, Councilmember Gary.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess my question is, as far as the City of Albany, I mean, it sounds like, just based on your presentation, one, you're having difficulties or there's barriers here to house someone in Albany. Well, what partnerships have been developed since, last year? I know I asked the same question, and I'm trying to get people that actually live in Albany that have been displaced for whatever reason. to get housing here in Albany?
Yeah, well, I know last year we partnered with Council Member McQuaid and the Alameda County Housing Authority, and we had a landlord forum. And so we invited local landlords to talk about the services that we provide, and really in hopes of engaging them and having them come on as partners. But we hadn't heard back from any of those landlords who did attend. We also had a landlord that we currently partner with give a presentation and kind of share her experience working with these various programs and talk about the benefits of doing so. But we're definitely open to continue to try. Like I said, one of our housing navigators, she does, frequent Albany and is always looking to find housing within the city limits, because we have clients who refuse housing outside of Albany. So we're continuing to look. We just haven't had success at the moment.
And if you have any recommendations, we are always open.
Yes.
What we provide, so is there data behind the outreach and, basically showing like how many times you've reached out, what have been the results, when, just kind of data to reflect the information that you provided for us?
Yeah, we could put that together. I believe our housing navigator may have just notes or a spreadsheet of, calling a place that says it has a vacancy. And then, I think they've gone as far as where they just saw the vacancy opened, called, explained what we do in our program, and then they said it was filled within the matter of 2 days. So, and, it could be that they're going that fast, or it could be that, there's not as much interest in, in serving and working at the moment. But again, we're going to continue to push and try in hopes that we'll find some landlords within the city who are willing to work with us.
I'll yield my mic here to after public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's any other questions? Not seeing anybody raise their hand or nod their head, we will go to public comment. You would, City Clerk. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, City Council and Berkeley Food and Housing. I was just kind of wondering a couple questions regarding the food. What do you do for Albany residents or anybody regarding food? That's the first part of your name is Berkeley Food, and housing is kind of second. So I was just wondering what part of the budget is to help people out with food, and where does your food come from? Is it hot meals? Is it cold meals? Is it Meals on Wheels? Is it organic, at least? So that's one of my big questions is, since you're called Berkeley Food and Housing, what food resources are you really offering? And regarding housing, I do got to ask once again, when Albany pays, what is this now? It's up to over $1 million, $1,250,000. I remember a few years ago, it was only like 300,000. So obviously you're getting such a bigger budget. So I just never found out because nobody's ever investigated or audited anything. But I do remember 2 winters ago that Albany's taxpayers, this whole Albany situation, housed over 20 people across the city limits in Berkeley on Harrison Street during the winter, and they were all put up at the Travelodge. And Albany spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on the Berkeley homeless. And I'm wondering why Albany still is funding Berkeley Food and Housing when Berkeley Food and Housing is, I don't know, going across city limits, taking care of Berkeley's homeless on Harrison Street. And so that's just one of my concerns, is that this big budget of that Albany is providing is housing Berkeley's homeless. And I just don't think that's super appropriate and not super transparent, because maybe I'm the only one that knows about this. But I could provide a list of 15 names, you know, right now of people that were housed and put in the travel lodge in Berkeley off of University. I mean, I think their maximum, every person got what, $8,000, even more than that. They stayed in there for over 6 months. So if Albany's going to keep paying you, please take care of the Albany homeless city limits. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. I just wanted to comment as a person who has looked for housing in Albany a lot and had it with a HUD-VASH voucher, which is for veterans, and can attest to what the folks here have said, that it is extremely hard to find a unit. I looked for months and months and months, and the barrier is immediate with almost every unit, because almost every landlord, as they said, requires 2 or 3 times income of what the rent is to even apply. So if you don't make 2 to 3 times the income of the rent, you can't apply, and there's no accommodation for having a voucher. Even though the voucher is a guarantee that it will be paid by the government, they still won't consider you. And if you do get your foot in the door and they do consider you, they'll require a deposit of usually 3 times the rent cost. And people who are struggling do not have a deposit. And my understanding is that that's not something that HUD-VASH can help with, or at least not in the timeline that the landlords need or want or can demand, because the housing market is so intense. So yeah, it definitely made me wonder why there aren't more incentives for landlords or some kind of tax break or something if they're willing to go through the bureaucracy of receiving people with vouchers. Because once you're in and you have the voucher all set up, it takes extra time. The landlords have to submit to inspections that they don't want to submit to. But once they're in, it's totally guaranteed. And in a time like this, right after COVID, where a lot of people defaulted on their rent, that was a little bit more attractive. I tried to talk some landlords in on that angle. They kind of gave a little bit of an ear for that. But yeah, it's, I feel like landlords are going to have some kind of incentive, like city incentive to be able to, or to be willing to go to pay the extra, to lose the extra time that it takes to get onboarded as a person who takes HUD-VASH or housing vouchers. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you very much for your presentation. I learned a lot about what you're doing. I have a few questions. One of them relates directly to the person who just spoke, and that was going to be my first question: is what could Albany do to help it make so that people who actually live in Albany get to stay in Albany? Because I think there's a way of wording a lot of, when we talk about people who are unhoused, I think there are ways that we can talk about it so it makes it sound, we talk a lot about mental health, and we talk about substance overuse, and we talk as if everybody who is unhoused or low income has all these issues, and people who live in houses don't. And the reality is everybody, there are people in houses and people who are unhoused who have the same issues, but the people who are housed have safety nets and the people who are unhoused don't. So I think it's really important that we, instead of saying there's people that insist on staying in Albany, we should say that the people who live in Albany and this is their community want to stay in their community, just like the people who, on the city council who live in Albany. If somebody said to you, oh, I found a place, but you have to go move to Oakland or Berkeley or Richmond or whatever, you would say, no, I live in Albany. I'm an Albany community member. And I think it's really important for us to look at it that way. And another comment I wanted to make is a question I have is it possible that there's also prejudice that's going on in terms of people using a Section 8 voucher? It isn't just that there's these requirements that people can't meet, but is it possible that it's like the ban the box movement, where you don't have to check a box if you were incarcerated. Is it possible that the landlords in Albany just don't want to deal with people who have been unhoused, or people who have eviction in their records because they lost their funding, their housing because of some sort of emergency? So I would like to see the city council look more closely at what's going on in Albany and why it is that we have unhoused people here who can't even stay in the city that they live in, and what we could do to provide incentives, as the speaker mentioned. I also wanted to just, I'm concerned about the police being the people that refer people. I think that it's really a shame, and I would like to know what you think about maybe if the city employs social workers instead of some of the police, some of the money went to social workers. Would that be a better referral? And finally, I had one more thing I wanted to talk about. I'm trying to cover everything really fast. The ID cards. I know that you said something about the ID cards being one of the biggest barriers, and I feel like that's something that the library could help with. They could set up some sort of program where they brought in the services. I know that there are some libraries in the United States that do that, so you might want to reach out, or maybe the City of Albany could reach out to the library. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any other hands raised. There was a question about what does Bfhp do in terms of providing food or meals to clients in Albany. I think I know the answer. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. As I mentioned in the presentation, that would be included in the flexible spending that we are proposing, to be able to provide emergency food for folks who need it, who aren't able to go to the food bank or come to our community meal that Colleen mentioned. We serve daily at our Dwight Way shelter from 3 to 4. So yes, we work to make sure folks have food stability, either through SNAP or going to the food bank. And if they are not able to do that at that time, oftentimes it's very late in the evening, then we're providing food directly to them.
Thank you.
I did take notes if you want me just to kind of go through all the questions. I'm more than happy to do that.
Yeah, great. Okay. Thank you.
So I know someone mentioned, where does the food come from? We do prioritize local resources for food. We partner with all of the local food banks and trying to make sure we're utilizing those resources. So yes, the food's local as much as possible. As far as the referrals, all of our referrals come from the City of Albany. So it's people who are experiencing homelessness within the city limits. Now, when it comes to housing people, even in emergency housing, we're not always able to house them within the city limits, but they're all coming from the City of Albany. Someone mentioned the trailers on Harrison. No one in those trailers were coming from the City of Albany. That's a different program. And then the person, Effie Rawlings, mentioned about the HUD-VASH situation that she's been facing. Just want to throw a plug in there. Please do reach out to SSVF, Supportive Services for Veteran Families, if you ever find yourself needing a deposit to utilize your HUD-VASH voucher. That program can support veterans with security deposit assistance. And we do provide that service, so feel free to reach out if you need that help. But you're absolutely right about the challenges when it comes to utilizing a voucher in this market. Someone mentioned about prejudices. I know there was a recent court ruling that deemed a property management company were liable for discriminating with people who had vouchers, and they lost that court case. So they were forced to pay that person that sued, or that group that sued. So it's illegal to discriminate if someone has a voucher, to say that you're not going to rent to them if they have a voucher. And again, like we said, that was the first time I've seen it actually go through prosecution, and they were able to win that in the court. Yes, we see people are discriminated against, whether it's their background and whether it's evictions or income. And also, as someone else mentioned, it's the timeline. It does take a little bit more administrative, a little bit more backleg and work to get the inspection done and all the documents signed. But in the end, once it's done, it is guaranteed support. And so that is, one of the selling points that we try to utilize, and we're meeting new landlords and trying to engage them in the program. And then as far as the police referrals, I can see, why that's problematic. However, they're oftentimes the first responders. A lot of our residents call the police, unfortunately, when they see someone who's unsheltered, or if someone's, having an episode that is of concern. And so the police are usually the first person that they call. And oftentimes the police are the ones who are out all times of the night. They're there at 2 a.m. when our partners are not, on the streets. So the police are the first responders and the ones who are there 24/7. And so we do partner closely with them to receive the referrals. And they are trained to really make sure that, if they see someone who's unsheltered or has a mental health crisis, to call us, to call the Albany Cares team and reach out. And so I do commend the Albany PD for that. And again, of course, during the day, our Albany Cares team, they do send referrals our way as well. And then as far as the barrier for ID cards, the issue is really when someone needs that ID that same day to be able to get into a motel. Outside of that, if it's not needed that same day, then we are working with them to get those IDs. So we have that resource. It's just really the timing. If someone wants to go into a motel that night, most of the time, unless we're working with a close partner at a motel, we're not able to get them in. So that's the barrier that I mentioned. Any other questions that I may have missed? Okay.
Great notes. You covered the notes I made.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Councilmember Gary.
Thank you for answering those questions. I guess my only concern is that the money that we receive from the federal government, that's a significant amount. And knowing that the moratorium is about to end at the end of this month, I would like to see that money being held in the city for us to use that in-house to help residents who are struggling with staying in their house. They're already housed. I don't understand why we can't set something up in process and working. If we decide to stay with Berkeley Food and Housing, it should be working together, the city, with that particular fund and giving to residents, rental particularly, that need the help. So, I'm a little uncomfortable sending all of that money specifically to Berkeley Food and Housing when we could have something in place here in Albany to help our current residents stay here. It's unfortunate that we can't find housing for people who have lost their housing in Albany because of whatever barriers. You asked me, did I know anyone that I could recommend? Actually do, but it's always one bad apple spoils a whole bunch, right? So they don't want to rent. So with that said, I think we should kind of figure out what some options are. And if we do have options to see if there's another place who could provide, the partnership needed to work with the landlords, to come up with a way and how we can work with the landlords to get people housed in Albany instead of Richmond and Oakland and Berkeley.
And I'll ask the follow-up question. My understanding is some of this budget would be for rent support. Although not a large portion of you.
Here or through Berkeley Housing?
Through Berkeley Food and Housing. Is that correct or is that not correct?
Yeah, it's rental assistance, but it's for people who have already lost their housing. So it's helping to get folks who are unhoused, and we would support them with rental subsidies until they're able to get a voucher or a permanent supportive housing match. So it's like that interim housing just to quickly get them off the streets and into housing.
Okay. So we have no program to support people who are on the verge of losing their housing.
As I mentioned before, it was added. It was a part of our contract previously, but I think it was advised to remove that portion because of what's going to be available through the state or is available through the state and the county. I believe because the moratorium is lifting, there's going to be a substantial amount of funding available for prevention services.
That is correct.
Councilor McQuaid. You are unmuted if you'd like to talk. Councilor McQuaid.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Thank you. So I think Councilmember Gary has a good point here. And I'm wondering if it's fine to say that we're relying on the state and the county for funds, and that's great. But I'm wondering, at least in a sort of stopgap time while we're waiting to see what those funds are, and quite frankly, how many of them are going to migrate themselves to Albany? I mean, one of the things that we talk about repeatedly is with county funds, we tend to get forgotten. I've talked to Supervisor Carson about this. I've talked to other people. I always tell them we're here too, and we have needs too. So is there some kind of a stopgap that we could put some funding in until we're sure that we're going to get some state and county money? Because I would worry that we wouldn't get it, and then we would have a problem.
I'm not sure if, and I could be wrong, and I'll ask Isabel to please chime in. I'm not sure if the resources are divvied out to each county each city, or if it's just available for any resident within the county to apply for those funds. But Isabel, I see your hands up, so you probably have a better answer.
Yeah, no, I was just going to remind Council of the proposal as part of the public assistance program, the COVID assistance program that we presented in November, that there was a portion of that funding, ARPA funding, that we had proposed to allocate to prevention. And this was going to be a pretty hefty program through Echo Housing. And at the time, the Council did not opt to move forward with that program. I'd be happy to bring that program back to the Council for your review. As far as the contract with Bfhp, if you do want to consider some prevention funding as a stopgap, I think it's not a bad idea, just because I don't think that, and please Colleen and Angela let me know, but prevention is a completely different type of work, and I'm not sure that, and please let me know Angela, if I'm stepping out of bounds, but it's just that, I don't know that the contract as it is would allow, a full-blown prevention program to be instated as part of the contract as it is now.
That's right, Isabel. I think we would have to look at how funding is allocated. I mean, housing prevention, I'm a huge fan of it. I'm a big proponent of it, but it's a temporary financial subsidy. It's a subsidy to people, and I think we would have to go back and look at how this is allocated. I also know that there is HAP funding through the county, which City of Albany has been designated a specific amount of it that has come to Bfhp, which is specifically for prevention as well. So, and I believe there is more coming, which was the announcement in May of 2022 of this year. So how it's, to Angela's point, is it coming specifically to individuals? Is it coming from the county into the cities? That's most likely the case.
Assistant City Manager, your hand is up. I don't know if that's left over. I guess left over. Did you have something else you wanted to say, Assistant?
Yeah, and I also wanted to say that the COVID engagement specialist that we've hired recently also helps people, get access to the resources or fill out the applications for those residents who are in need of prevention funding. So we do have that available to residents who contact us. We don't have the funding, but we have the resource to connect and refer.
Thank you. That was exactly what I was going to ask. If somebody is in a potential eviction situation, should we refer them to Albany Cares? And Albany Cares would then help them to access the funding that has been stated is or will be available. And it sounds like the answer is yes. Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
Yes, on this, I wanted to first clarify, the state eviction moratorium is expiring at the end of June, but the county eviction moratorium doesn't expire until 60 days after the local health emergency is lifted, and I don't think that has happened yet. So there is more runway there. And also the county has eviction services with Centro Legal de la Raza, which whenever we have gotten a email about someone getting evicted is what I've tried to direct people towards, is those are the people who are supposed to be helping with any eviction that's happening that is illegally happening because of the county eviction moratorium, which I personally think is a more protective moratorium than the state level version, my completely unbiased way. I had some other notes, but I'm trying to remember them. And I also, you know, Isabel, you preempted a lot of my thoughts, so thank you. Of just, you know, we did discuss having a rental program earlier. I think if we were going to do that, it would probably be with someone like ECHO rather than Berkeley Food and Housing, as just as everyone has pointed out, it's a very sort of different thing, and ECHO does that for the county, and is very set up to do that if we wanted to go that route. My concern when we talked about that was that we needed something a little bit more flexible, that was sort of individual level grants that weren't necessarily just paying directly to landlords, but paying people if they had hardship, which could be used for paying back rent or, you know, paying medical things or anything like that. And I think we're still trying to figure out exactly how that would work. And I also just want to know, I don't think this is an either or discussion of, you know, giving ARPA funds to Berkeley Food and Housing or using them for something else. You know, we have about half of our ARPA funds left, and it's a significant amount of money. And so I think using some of them for homelessness and some of them for preventative assistance, both are very good uses for that half of money, you know, almost, I think about $2 million that we have left to program. So I don't think it's a case where we have to not do this to fund that. I think it's a case of we just have to figure out what that program will look like if we want to go through with it. And I personally think it needs to be a slightly more flexible version, especially as what we've heard from people when we discussed that was that there are people who have applied in the state programs, which all usually go individually. So I don't think as much to worry about, and, you know, will Albany get allocated as much, but who are not eligible because they've, you know, paid their rent somehow that is not then an eligible debt that they can pay with the state program. So that, I think that's the worry there. And that's what I brought up when we discussed it earlier.
Thank you. There being a discussion. There a motion? Yes, Vice Mayor Teeman.
Well, I also want to say, if we're moving from that sort of discussion, just say thank you to Berkeley Food and Housing for their presentation, for going through everything. It's obvious that this is really a sort of impossible job, and there's never going to be enough we can do, and there's always going to be roadblocks, especially the fact that just our housing market is so completely unaffordable. So, you know, we can never put enough money towards this sort of thing, and we can never have a big enough organization to do it, but it's obvious that Berkeley Food and Housing is really attempting to do all they can. So I'm ready to support a motion. Maybe Councilmember McQuaid is raising her hand to do that.
I'm happy for you to do it, and I will second it. But I would like to be sure that we don't lose track of the rental assistance piece, and whether that's to have staff come back at a future time with the more thoughts about it, or what. I just don't want to lose track of that.
I will add it to the future agenda section. Yes, Vice Mayor Teeman.
Okay, in that case, I would move that we adopt resolution number 2022-70.
I'll second.
Approval of resolution 2022-70 has been moved by Vice Mayor Teeman and seconded by Councilmember McQuaid. Unless there is any discussion, not seeing any, City Clerk, please poll the council.
Councilmember Nason?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann?
Yes.
Councilmember Gary?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
And Councilmember McQuaid?
Yes.
And the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This takes us to public hearings. First public hearing regards Assessment District 88-1 and the levy for next fiscal year under that assessment district. Staff's report.
Mayor, if you give me a second, I'm moving people away first.
No problem. Thank you. That's quite all right. I'm always amazed how fast you get it all done. Give you a chance to catch up on some note taking.
All right. So this is a public hearing for the levy of assessments within Assessment District 88-1 for fiscal year 2022-23, pursuant to the Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972. Now, this is the second step in our annual process for levying this assessment. Per the Landscape and Lighting Act, council is required to take a number of actions each year that the assessment is going to be levied. These actions include adopting a resolution directing the assessment engineer to produce and file the engineering report. And then second is adopt a resolution preliminarily approving the engineering report and directing the city clerk to provide notice of the intention of the council to levy and collect the assessments within the assessment district for the fiscal year. And then conduct the public hearing, which we're going to do tonight, and then finally adopt a resolution confirming the diagram and assessments for the fiscal year and filing with the diagram and assessments with the county before August 1st. So if you recall, on June 6th, council took action on 3 resolutions. The first one was 2258, which initiated the proceedings. 2259, which was the preliminarily approving the engineering report. And then finally 2260, which is declaring the intention, excuse me, of council to levy and collect the assessments and setting tonight, June 21st, as the date for the public hearing. Now, 88-1, the 88-1 assessment district provides funding for a number of things, including installation, maintenance, and servicing of parks and recreational facilities throughout the city. This includes maintenance and repairs of landscape, hardscapes, play structures. We've heard a project that is supported by this in the city manager's report tonight. That's an example. And upgrading irrigation systems. It also covers portions of maintenance of street landscapes, as well as our urban forestry program. The assessment hasn't changed from last year and is set at $75.54 for single family residential parcels. And that kind of brings us to the point of tonight where we need to conduct the public hearing, and then council needs to take action on the diagram and assessment, levying the assessments and for fiscal year 2023, and then ordering the levies to be placed on the fiscal year 2023 secured property tax rolls. So with that, I'll pass it on to Mayor Jordan.
Thank you. And with that, I will open the public hearing on this item. Are there any questions for staff from council members? Not seeing any indication of a question to be asked. I'm looking to attendees of the meeting, members of the public. I do not see any hands raised. So I will bring it back to council and close the public hearing. Is there any deliberation by the council on this item? No indications of comments or deliberation. or further questions, is there a motion? Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
I move that we adopt resolution number 2022-71.
Second.
It's been moved to approve resolution 2022-71 by Vice Mayor Tiedemann, seconded by Councilmember Nason. City Clerk, will you please poll the council?
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann,
Yes.
and Councilmember Gary.
Yeah.
Motion carries.
Thank you, staff, for shepherding us through this process for another year. Much appreciated.
Good thing.
This brings us to the next item under public hearings, which regards amending the master fee schedule. At this time, may the council have staff's report. Welcome back.
Thank you. All right. So this is also something that we do every year. We amend our master fee schedule. Most of the changes this year were CPI adjustments. The rest were a handful of items that council had asked to be waived on the fee schedule, and those have been marked. Other than that, there weren't really any changes. So that's my report.
Very good. With that, I will open the public hearing. Are there any questions from council members? Yes, Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. I'm trying to think how to make this a question. Is it possible to remove the taxi cab fee? I'm not quite sure why it's still there. I don't believe we charge Uber or Lyft. We want people to use cabs, especially after 2 o'clock as the bars are closing. And I understand we may not actually be collecting it anyway, so can we remove that?
I don't know if staff has any thoughts on that.
We don't have any registered taxi cabs. Fees are based on basically recouping costs, and at this point fees are set by council, so you can do whatever you want. I guess if a taxi company came into town, which I don't know, do any exist anymore, then we wouldn't charge the fee, but I have not had to deal with one in the 4 years that I've been here. So
I think things that we sort of know we're not going to do, we should just get rid of, and then we're sort of committed to what we do have on there. And I didn't look at it as carefully as I kept telling myself I was going to. And so I'm wondering if there's other things in there that, as you're going through it, making your changes, if you think, why is that there? We've never seen that done. If there's anything else we can sort of clean up as we're doing this.
There's nothing off the top of my head, but it is something that I can review over the next year, and when we bring it back next year, I can make any additional changes.
Perfect.
Okay. I was wondering if the items, and thank you for tracking all the items that council is asked to have waived, bringing them forward with this item. The schedule as proposed shows waived, but it shows the amount that is being waived, which I think has utility, so people know what the waiver is, and if the waiver ever goes away, there's that reminder there that there's a cost. Was the amount that is struck out as a part of that adjusted up by the CBI along with the other amounts? Okay, thank you. My question, just so we, as I say, if the waiver ever goes away, we want that to reflect what the amount would be on the day the waiver goes away. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions from council members? Not seeing any indication of such. I see there is one attendee who has their hand raised. Welcome back.
Good evening, Mayor Jordan. Thank you. So McQuaid mentioned something about taxi cabs and 2 o'clock in the morning. I was wondering if somehow the city of Albany can provide some sort of transportation for free, between the hours of, 1 a.m. and, 2:30 or 3 a.m., something like that, just to show good faith to the community, because, these taverns, they pretty much, they take the people's money and just there's no checks and balances. They're just let out the front door. Now they're drunk in public, or they're safe, they're not safe, but now they can get in a car and, hurt or kill somebody. And so I was wondering if we could use some money to provide a free service for community members to get away, to get home safely. Something I did when I was 23 years old was I bought a Lincoln Town car, and I was a designated driver for everybody. I put flyers up at the bars in Albany, and I said, free sober ride home. And people called me. I gave dollar coins to people who called me as a token of my appreciation for calling me. So I led by example back then, and I was just wondering if the city council could lead by example to make sure a community gets home safe, because, there's a lot of people that drink in Albany. So just look out for the citizens, and maybe there could be a small fund. I doubt a lot of people would actually call and use it, because not everybody would know about it, but at least the service would be there. At least Albany's got the residents' backs, So that's just my idea, show of good faith, provide a free service, a free sober ride home for people who are intoxicated and under the influence. That way they don't, have to get behind the wheel. I know you can call AAA and do all that on New Year's Eve and get a tow ride home, but something every night would be great, especially on the weekends for people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Not seeing any other hands raised. Bring it back to council and close the public hearing on this item. Is there any further discussion? Councilmember Quaid.
I'll move that we adopt Resolution 2022-72, amending the City of Albany Master Fee Schedule.
Seconded.
It's been moved to approve Resolution 2022-72 by Councilmember McQuaid, seconded by Vice Mayor Tiedemann. City Clerk, would you please poll the council?
Councilmember McQuaid?
Yes.
Councilmember Nason?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann?
Yes.
Councilmember Gary?
Yes.
And Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you all. That brings us to unfinished business. There's one item of unfinished business. This regards the spending plan for the sugar-sweetened beverage tax revenue for the next fiscal year.
Mayor Jordan, may I say something before you start?
Oh, yes, please.
It's 10:12. I know we aren't going to be done by 10:30. And so as we don't interrupt the item of business, I'd like to move, we extend our meeting until 11 o'clock to cover this item, subcommittee reports if time allows.
Seconded.
Very good, thank you. City Clerk, will you poll the council?
Yes. Councilmember Gary?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember McQuaid?
Yes.
Councilmember Nason?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Tiedemann?
Yes.
And it's extended to 11.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember McQuaid. With that, we'll move to staff report. Item 10-1. Thank you.
Okay. So the item before council is a review of the draft fiscal year 2022-23 expenditure plan for the proceeds from the sugar-sweetened beverage tax based on council discussion at the study session on May 2nd, which includes continued funding for the crossing guard program, the Healthy Me Music and Movement and bike safety programs, AUSD's Albany Swims, and partial funding for Move and Groove for a total of $256,308. Staff is also recommending that council determine whether to allocate funding to any other items as noted, including the bicycle path improvements adjacent to the Saha affordable housing development, bike link lockers at Albany Waterfront, distribution of reflector jackets for walking safety, and funding for the Giltrap Community Farm for incorporation into resolution number 2022-73. Additional information has been provided to assist council in making a determination, and representatives for each of the projects are also available to answer any questions. So that's all I have as far as the overview.
Thank you. So maybe, are there any questions for staff at this point regarding those particular projects? There's 2 new requests, and then there's more information on recommendations, 2 recommendations that were made that were considered before. Not seeing any questions at this time.
Actually.
Yes. Oh, sorry, Councilman McQuaid. Yes, please.
Do you want questions on any of the items? Is that what we're doing right now? I'm sorry.
Yes, I think on any of the items.
Okay. For the bike lockers, is there a difference in price if they're put on cement? Or I read somewhere they could just be placed into the ground. And I was just wondering what the price difference in those 2 things were.
Okay. I know that there are, we take that question maybe. At this moment, I know that there's a representative of the company that makes the lockers that are under consideration, or at least there was. I'm not sure he's stayed with us. Looks like he has. His hand is raised. His name is Jake Masler, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. If he could be admitted city clerk, then he could provide answers. Thank you for joining. Thank you for staying with us.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for the opportunity. I appreciate it. Yes, we can install on multiple substrates. Concrete is definitely the preferred substrate. We can put the lockers elsewhere. There is no cost difference. There might be an infrastructure cost difference depending on where you're planning on putting the lockers. But I would need to know more about council's plans or where the plans would be in order to really kind of answer that question. But as far as an anchoring price difference, there wouldn't be an anchoring price difference.
Great, thank you. And I have a question about the bicycle pass. I think.
Well, so maybe as long as Mr. Masler's here, I'll go ahead and ask a couple of questions. So I went out and looked around yesterday with some Amy Smullins from Albany Strollers and Rollers, who's sort of their bike parking lead, and we identified a possible concrete pad that exists to the north of the existing bathroom structure. It's actually on city property, and it appears they could fit 3 lockers if they were well, if they open to the north, so if the bank was east-west, the pad itself is 9 feet across. I believe 3 lockers is 9 feet across. Are the fasteners inside the lockers, or are there projections from the outside such that they would extend beyond that 9-foot wide pad?
No. I actually did a layout earlier this morning on that pad. It should accommodate it quite easily. The anchors themselves are inside the lockers to make them more secure. It's 3 1/4 inch fasteners that actually go into the ground, 3 1/4 inch anchors, excuse me. And so there would be nothing larger than the footprint that you're looking at.
Okay. And the configuration that's contemplated is, rather than all the lockers I've seen where they have a diagonal separation and a door on each side for a regular bike, what has been suggested is a door on one side with no separator to accommodate a long tail or a cargo bike. Are there other installations like that currently anywhere in the system?
There are, yeah, there's quite a few actually. There's some at the Davis train station. There's some down in San Diego. and there are some actually up in Seattle as well.
Okay, great, thanks. All right, those are my questions for the moment. Yes, Councilman Gary.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a quick question. So as far as the storage unit, now will this unit be for Albany residents only, or is it whoever travels on that path can utilize this?
Generally, the bike link system and the beauty of it is that you can use any available on-demand space throughout the entire system if you sign up for the system. We have over 7,000 spaces nationwide. In the Bay Area, there's about 4,000 spaces at about 200 different locations, which enables alternative transportation. Because if I want to go to BART, or if I want to go shopping in downtown Oakland, or if I want to go to the Albany waterfront, I can use the same app, or I can use the same bike link card and park for 5 cents an hour at any of those locations. You can restrict access. It would be challenging to restrict access to Albany residents, not impossible, but there would have to be some type of system put in place in order to do that.
All right, thank you.
Amy indicated to me that it's possible to see through the app if a locker is available. That's one of the questions that came up. If somebody wants to set out from wherever to the Albany waterfront, they don't necessarily have any assurance of a locker space being available to them. I understood from her that through the app, one can see if a locker is available at that moment, but I guess there isn't sort of a reservation or a hold capacity in the same way there is for gig car shares. I can reserve a gig car, say I'm going to use a gig car and it will hold it for me for up to half an hour.
So that is currently true. We are working on a reservation system, and it's in the development queue. It's not really the technology that's the issue. It's more of the policy that we're trying to implement to be able to have a on-demand shared system, and at the same time provide that that priority for reservation. So it's something that we should be coming out in the next year or two with, but currently it is a first come, first served basis.
Thank you. Yeah, I imagine that's a tricky balance from a policy perspective.
Yeah, it really is, especially when you're paying for parking and to incentivize and make sure people actually use the lockers and maximize that usage.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to ask if you can go ahead and just stay here. That's, I guess, a question of the city clerk as well, because other questions may come up. I imagine we're going to move on to other topics, but probably be coming back to the lockers potentially. Thanks. Councilmember Quaid, you had an additional question.
Regarding the bicycle path at the Saha project, the $61,000, that's only to make the path, correct? It's not the engineering, it's not the design, it's not all that stuff that when you think how much something costs, and all of a sudden it's way more because nobody told you it hadn't been designed yet. This is just actually the physical work of putting in the path, is that correct? Yep.
That's
Jeff raised his hand.
Yeah, community development director question or a welcome.
Good evening, Council. Jeff Bond, community development director. To answer Councilmember McQuaid's question, it is intended to be the incremental construction costs, so the labor and materials. The design really needs to be done for this segment, just this segment that we're talking about through the site. The design of it has to be incorporated into the design of the building. So I don't anticipate any significant out-of-pocket soft costs for us to beyond the estimate. And the 61,000 is an estimate. It will continue to evolve as costs are nailed down over the next couple of months. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess, yes, Councilmember Gary.
So to speak to that again with the 61,000, so would it be safe to say that the project development will start? Is that why we're moving on this issue now? Because we're getting ready to break ground to put the project together for housing?
We're very encouraged. Just last week, the project was awarded tax credit financing, which is the most significant part of the public financing for the project. So it is a major milestone. It is, we're living in an era, however, where construction costs are increasing dramatically from month to month. And so we're not completely across the finish line yet. There will be probably some reconciliation of costs and projects revenues that need to happen before construction will start. I'm pretty confident, I'm very confident, I should say, that the project will move forward. I think it will move forward this year, but we may need in the project may need some more additional financial assistance once we find out what those final development costs are. But I think I'm feeling very good about the project moving forward.
Thank you.
And so my understanding is that the city is committed to providing $25,000 for the construction of this bike path segment that's on the parcel. If it did not provide more funding than that, what would be the consequence?
You know, we haven't really explored that with the development team. We would, you know, I think we would probably take a solution-oriented approach to this. Worst case scenario, I think for everybody involved, would be that the housing project is built and there is a lot of construction, not a lot, but there is a significant amount of construction that would need to occur after everybody is moved into the project, the construction of the bike trail. We all think that that would be disruptive for people who are living there. So we're hoping that we can capture some efficiencies of doing the work while the housing, the structure is under construction. But yeah, we really haven't explored that worst case scenario in any detail with Saha at this point.
I presume if the construction wasn't funded coincident with the grading of the site for the building, which appears to be a big part of creating the great bike path, that it would be quite a bit more expensive to bring in equipment to do it after the building was built.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's a fair statement. All right. Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Gary.
Are you ready to move to the next item?
I don't know. Are there any other questions on this item? No. Okay. Yes, I guess we are ready to move on to the next item.
So the reflective jackets for walking and safety, I did not draft a report. It was a suggestion. I think I need to bring more information for council to definitely look at and examine and see if that's sufficient for these funds to be utilized in this manner. So I don't know if we want to move forward on that, but to me, there's not enough information on why, how many, what it would look like, you know, how will we distribute them and things like that. So more work would need to be done on that. And as far as the Gill Track Farm, I brought that item because I brought it up at the, it was a couple of months ago. You asked me to bring this back to you. And I was able to work with Bfhp to come up with, or at least answer some of the questions that was brought forth of your concern. One thing that I don't want to see is this going to the commission, Park and Rec, to review, and then we make a decision. I think we can make a decision based on the information we provided. This beverage tax is to curb obesity and diabetes. It's a health crisis that we're trying to prevent. And so having fresh fruit, fresh vegetables, and that's available for our community, I think that is a tremendous investment to our community, especially with inflation, high prices in food. If there's a natural disaster and we don't have, you know, transportation of food coming in, where would we get our food? Where would our residents eat? So that's why I'm passionate. And I think this would be a great investment, one as a training or education component for our students and especially for our families. as well as making sure that we have fresh food in case of an emergency, in case of, if there's a food shortage, which is on the way, as we can see. And so that's why I brought it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Yuri. Are there any questions regarding that proposal? And I'm not sure why my camera is not working. Can I be heard at the moment? Okay. Yes, Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, is the Gill Tract Farm a freestanding nonprofit organization, or is it part of the unit? Is it a program of the university, sponsored by the university?
Did you want to bring Iffy up to answer those questions? I don't want to speak on their behalf.
Sure.
Yes, that would be lovely. I see your hand raised. Welcome.
Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for hearing us out and for considering us. It's a real honor. We do have our own freestanding organization, as well as that works in coalition with the university and with Segurite Land Trust.
So this would be a gift. The gift would actually be to the university, and they would disperse it to you.
Well, we could do it either way. The Gill Tract Farm Coalition is its own entity.
It is, and it has 501c3 status.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on this item? All right, if not, we will go to public comments. And I see 4 or 5 hands raised, 6 hands raised, 7, 8. Lots of hands raised, so I'm actually going to ask the city clerk to set this to 2 minutes. Thank you very much. And go ahead and bring in the first speaker.
I've brought this up at previous meetings, but I would like to see money that the city from the whatever it is, the beverage thing, go to one thing is direct cash payments to help people that don't have enough money. Even if it was a small amount, it would make a huge difference. And I've sent the city council links to articles about that and cities that have done that. So that's one thing I would like to see. I would like the storage lockers. If you're going to have storage lockers, I'd prefer to see it for people who are having to carry all of their stuff around with them rather than bicycles. So people who are unhoused, who have a lot of belongings, it would be great to provide storage lockers somewhere in the city, maybe not down on the bulb, but or by the water. But I would like to see this money go toward people who actually are in need and who would benefit and it would actually make a huge difference in their lives, rather than making these small changes that are nice for people, but it doesn't really change their lives. So I'd really encourage you to move away from some of these things. That one, the bicycle path for the Saha project, I was wondering if you actually ask people who would be who need deeply affordable housing, if that's a priority for them, or is this just something that you thought up on your own, or did you actually ask people? And then I support the Gill Tract Farm. I think that is a great idea and would support a lot of people. So I would really, really, really encourage you to move away from these unnecessary or extra things and think about the people in our community who really would benefit from having money invested in them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much. So one quick question that I had was, if we do put these bike lockers in, will they accommodate cargo bikes? Because we ride our bikes all the time down there and they are long and large, and I would certainly love to be able to head down to the bulb and lock it in something safe. We would definitely utilize that, get our kids down there. My other comment is I would like to pitch that maybe we utilize some of the sugar-sweetened beverage tax to put water bottle refilling stations at some more of our school sites that are also used as parks. I know that we've done that in some of our parks, and there are still school sites that do not have these. there'll be a great partnership. If we do fund this for Gill Tract farmer funding positions, I would like to see a more secure promise for how more of the community is going to access the Gill Tract farm. Are we guaranteed a certain number of field trips per grade? What are we giving to the Albany community from that they are getting every day? Are we partnering to get more fresh food in our school lunches, things like that? So I would love to talk that out. I think it's great that we have this farm in our community, but I also think that we can ask more of the UC to support in some of these ways on their land. And I think also that the more that we can look at reducing waste in other ways and supporting sort of that closed circle in our food in our community would be great. Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome.
Yeah, hey, all right, Newton. Yeah, I agree with Madam Mayor. I'm sorry, Councilmember Gary. This whole Gill Tract farm thing is pretty much #1 priority, because if this sugar-sweetened beverage tax was actually in a specific fund like it should be and is supposed to be, instead of a general fund, that means you could use the money however you want. This is for health. This is for good organic food. And any way we could support the Gill Tract farm for 2 reasons. #1 is our commitment to the Ohlone tribe. We have a flag up at our city council, a flag flying high in the air. So putting some of this money toward the Gill Tract farm is also honoring your commitment, our commitment as a city of Albany and as city leaders to the commitment of the Ohlone tribe. So #1, you're keeping up with your commitment there. #2, this is for health and well-being. So fresh strawberries are great. I wish Gill Tract farm could grow bananas, and so that's where it's at. I mean, I know, Mayor Jordan, the bike lockers are cool and everything, but it's like to park your bike. It's not to ride it, it's to park it. That's not what this money's for, is to create a space for an unused bicycle. We should be passing out free bicycles. So I'm 100% all for the Gill Tract farm. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Hi there. My name is Todd. I've been on the Gill Tract since 2012, when people first went on there to farm for the community. And the Gill Tract farm is, when I think about all the years that I've been going there now, 10 years, and the film I made about the Gill Tract and all the things I've done, I realized that it's when it comes to health, it's sort of a full circle. During the pandemic, the Gill Tract fed a lot of people. During the pandemic, I could go out there and hoe weeds and do something useful and productive in the full sun and not be worried about, catching COVID. And it was, it made me healthier just by doing that work. And all the people being able to come there to and fro. I mean, the Gill Tract is generally open a lot. And yes, UC could devote more land to it, and UC could be a better partner for sure. But to have a community resource that is this rich, that is this circular, this healthy in 360 degrees, I mean, it's just hard to imagine, a better resource to preserve, develop, and enhance. But like any resource in the public sphere, it needs a certain amount of care and feeding. It can't just be left by itself. Someone has to be able to take care of it. So city funds from the sweetened drink tax for this purpose just seems, like a really good use of it. And I know that there are many things that are competing for our social welfare dollars at this point, but this one the Gill Tract really provides so many benefits that that I think it should be taken very seriously as a top priority. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Hi, thanks, Mayor Jordan. It's Effie. I'm a volunteer at the farm, and yeah, just want to speak a little bit to what we're doing at Gill Tract now. We're open 5 days a week, and we do take what you need, pay what you can farm stand every single Sunday, and those open hours are accessible for everybody. I touched base with a number of different community members in preparation for this meeting that we've already been working with, and wanted to share a couple of snippets just to give you an idea of what we're excited to work on with Albany. One of the people I talked to is Jordan Paul at the Albany Recreation Department, who reached out to us early this year to plan field trips and some for their summer camps and school programs like the Friendship Club. And Jordan asked if we could work together to plan curriculum. I'd love for us to build capacity toward that, not only with the rec department, but with AUSD in general. Another person I talked with was Ben Feldman, who has long time been involved with the Ecology Center, worked on both the soda tax in Berkeley and in Albany. And he was telling me that this was what a lot of Albany residents listed as their top priority was nutrition and garden education, which we do every day. Hands-on education through everything that we do. People can volunteer and learn from more experienced farmers and master gardeners. And so it feels like it's really in line and with respect to what Albany folks said that they wanted when they said yes to having this tax when it was first passed. And yeah, Ben actually worked then in 2017 around when it was first passed in extensive collaboration with the Social and Economic Justice Commission and multiple advocates from Albany High and Albany Middle School to ask for funding then. So it's not the first time that this has come to up as an opportunity. Another person that I checked in with was Michelle Pluce at the city community development staffer there at the city. We've been working with her.
I'm sorry, Effie, your time's up. I shortened it because
that's okay. That's okay.
I actually be able to get to the deliberation part. So
that's all good. All right, thank you.
Sure. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Joy Moore. I'm the chair of the Soda Tax Commission, or the Sugar-Sweetened Beverage Panel of Experts in Berkeley. I'm so on the board of SAHA, so I'm kind of conflicted here. First of all, I just want to ask, what does bike blocks and bike paths have to do with sugar-sweetened beverages, number one? Number two, we're focusing in Berkeley on educating people on the harms of sugar-sweetened beverages. We're providing water stations for people. We are going out to fairs and flea markets and helping people with their dental care, because sugar-sweetened beverages are a health risk. And I didn't hear any items of what you listed that had anything directly to do with
Uh-oh, did the commenter drop out? Was that city clerk? You know, was that was the commenter dropping out on their side?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. If you could reset the clock, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. I am speaking in favor of the bike link lockers down at Albany Beach. I was just down there today, and there was probably about 20 bikes crowded around a very limited number of bike racks. I have used the bike link lockers extensively in the past when I used to commute into the city before COVID. They're very, very easy to use. They're very inexpensive. They're very safe, and it really provides a peace of mind. I think it would be all I would add is to encourage y'all to consider more lockers. I think 3 is really, I'm not sure that will make a huge dent in the demand. Actually, there's really quite a large demand down there for bike parking on these warm days like today. And I think it is a relevant and like proper use of the tax, the soda tax, because it's such a healthy thing to get out on your bike and cycle around. And I've been a long time biker, but over the pandemic, I've seen many more people out biking, and it's great for your health. You can combine it with drinking water, sure, but exercise and healthy eating and drinking is what one needs to really, improve one's health. So I really commend the council for considering this, and hope it remains in your. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. This is Nick Pilch. Speaking for myself, I support the bike path allocation. I imagine Albany Strollers and Rollers would support it as well, but we've not had the time to take a formal position. But I'm mainly here to speak for Albany Strollers and Rollers in support of the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Commission's recommendation for bike link lockers at the waterfront. As you've seen by the correspondence, this item has strong community support. This item has a strong nexus with the purpose of the sugar-sweetened beverage tax, and also supports the city's climate action goals. The installation of these lockers represent a long-term investment that we'll see for many, many years of use. In fact, I don't know of any bike link lockers that have fallen into disuse. The first lockers I'm aware of were installed at El Cerrito Plaza BART and are almost 20 in bike link lockers. In the past year or so, I've been swimming in the bay at the waterfront. The water is often quite warm. I've observed the popularity of the waterfront and the increasing number of people riding their bicycles there. This is a smart move for them for many reasons, not the least of which is the fact that the parking lot is often quite full. However, it's one of my least favorite spots to park a bicycle because I cannot lock it up to a place which is visible to a large group of people and which is visible to myself. Bike link lockers are a game changer. There are only a few times that I brought my bicycle and locked it up at a BART before the arrival of bike link lockers. The exposure to theft of my bicycle and its components was too great to leave it out in the open. But with a bike link locker, I rest completely assured that my bicycle, my bags, my lights, and perhaps jacket, which I can leave in the locker, will be there when I return. I'm running out of time, so I'll just say that we ask your support for funding this project at the highest required cost, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Gary, for writing this proposal for the UC Guild Farm. I think this is the perfect project for the sugar tax, because not only are we providing free, healthy food, we provide education to volunteers, and we learn about how to grow food, what food is healthy for us. Volunteering at the farm is a great physical activity. We also, basically teach gardening to people so they can do that in their own home too. So that fulfills the physical activity angle of what the tax is to promote. I would also say that this is a very safe social activity, particularly in light of our COVID world that we don't really know the end of. And it really brings people together. I'm speaking as a volunteer who also serves on the committee. I can tell you that we've done our best to keep this farm running as well as possible on volunteer labor. However, we are acutely aware of what we could be doing with and for the Albany community, particularly the residents, the school district, Park and Rec. There's so many opportunities for us to run our mission if we only had the staff support to do that. So we look forward to being able to serve the community better. Should we get this funding, we can grow more food, we can take better care of people, we can promote our own food security and even our own food sovereignty. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, this is McCroskey. Council, thanks for hanging in there on a warm evening. I'd like to say appreciate the allocations that you've already indicated for crossing guards and the drive-through bike program, both very important programs for safety and youth in our community. I support the bike lockers, but I'm actually here tonight to talk about the bike path adjacent to the Saha project and how it's part of a plan to connect the entire west side and the Pierce Street condos to the paths that are already established along Buchanan and to the greater area of Albany. We already have a plan for a project along Cleveland to connect from Cleveland up past the on-ramp to the Buchanan overpass to the Buchanan path. And this is just one more step in that sort of trail trying to connect back to Pierce. And as you know, these projects tend to be done piecemeal. This is just another good example of that. So I hope you will include funding for it in your recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. This is Georgi Zuba. I am here to voice my support for the bike link lockers along with the path by Saha. Regarding the bike link lockers, I think this is a very appropriate way of spending money from sugar-sweetened beverages. It definitely promotes active lifestyle and climate. Whenever I bike, I need to place my bike somewhere, right? So at the final destination, I need to feel that I have my bike locked in a safe place. So, you know, parking for bikes is equally important as providing, you know, like the means to get there, basically the infrastructure to get there. Along with this, I wanted to say that, you know, the Albany waterfront is actually really biking distance for most Albany residents. It's very easy for someone to bike there. We just have to make it even easier. We want to promote the active lifestyle, right? Which happens also to fight climate change, which is even better. So I am a father with 3 kids and I have a long tail bike. I would like you to consider families with kids and providing many locks for such instances. So I just want to say that Berkeley has lockers in their waterfront. They have 20 locks, 20 lockers, right? We have 0. We should consider at least 4 in this case. It is a multi-year investment, right? We spend money now. It's going to, you know, like serve us for many, many years. And regarding the Saha path, I actually just wanted to echo exactly what Ken Makrosky said earlier. Right? It just bridges the gaps that we have in our bike path network. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi there. So I'm a transplanted New Yorker, so I'm pretty paranoid about security issues. So I use bike link lockers wherever I can. That's often at BART stations, but I've used them in lots of non-transit locations, such as the Berkeley Marina, the El Cerrito Pool Community Center, Franco Gowa Plaza in Oakland, Cal in Berkeley, El Cerrito and Richmond City Halls, the Leisure Performance Center in Walnut Creek, but not in Albany because the only lockers in use are at Sprout Shopping Center. Contrast that to more than 100 each in Berkeley, El Cerrito, Richmond. We're way behind in providing secure bike parking. These are facilities to park bikes. So in order to ride your bike, you need and be healthy, live the healthy lifestyle, you need a place to park them, as other people have said. The waterfront, I didn't used to go to the waterfront very much, but during COVID, people started swimming there. Everyone's swimming, everyone's hanging out there, hiking on the bulb. People have e-bikes now. Older and less able people have e-bikes, and many families, as Council Member McQuaid saw at Bike to Wherever Day, have kids on the back of their bike. Lots of them. Those are expensive bikes, so they don't want to leave them out of their sight. People do drag them onto the beach. That's not a safe alternative. Got a couple pictures up today. I talked to some people who had dragged their bikes onto the beach, and they said yes, they would definitely use lockers. Boom. That was a couple with a baby and a dad and his teenage son. You've allocated almost $900,000 for the from the sugar-sweetened beverage tax, but nothing for bike racks. Albany Strollers and Rollers has unfortunately been responsible for more than $50,000 worth of bike racks, and I hope that I think it's time for the city to chip in for this purpose. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. The Giltrap Farm helps build community. Many people who are very surrounded by cement, who live in apartments, feel it's an oasis. So it provides that kind of, breathing space for people. But it also provides a place for people of all ages, young people, very young people come, seniors come, all learning how to grow food and farm collectively for the good of the community. And frequently that food ends up on the tables of, those who need it the most. So this is a very important and special resource for the community. And I hope that you're able to support it so that we can do even more than we're already doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And City Clerk, I see one more hand raised, which is the commenter who dropped out, I think, maybe due to a connection on their side. Thank you for setting it to 1 minute. Welcome back.
Thank you. I'm sorry, my internet signal is weak. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm Joy Moore. I'm the chair of the Soda Tax Commission in Berkeley. And I'm confused about a dedicated tax that's being used for bike lots. I mean, I applaud people wanting to get out and exercise and be active on bikes. That's very important. But if they're drinking soda on the way there and the way back, they won't have any teeth. Their teeth will decay. Their nutrition, they need energy, and they can't get it from soda. They need food, fresh food. They need to how to grow food, how to cook food, and they need education. And that's what the Giltrap provides. I like y'all spending money on bikes, but you really should look at what the tax was designed to do, to keep people from drinking sugar-sweetened beverages. And I haven't heard anything that you've offered that's going to do that. So I just wanted to put that out there. I like the farm.
Thank you very much. I see one more hand that just raised. City Clerk. I don't think they've been admitted yet.
Yeah, he has it looks like he has an earlier version.
Oh, okay.
If Tony Young can try to call or use a different device.
I will keep a watch. And if they are able to reappear with their hand raised, we will try again. With that, I don't see any other attendees who have their hands raised. And I again apologize. I've been focusing on listening and not trying to figure out what's going on with my camera. I apologize for the technology fail. So we will bring it back to council and start discussion. So does anybody have any thoughts? Any more questions?
I think you need to extend the time because it's almost 11 o'clock. It's 10:57.
Thank you. Would you like to make a motion in that regard?
Motion that we extend the time to 11:30.
Seconded.
I'm moved and seconded to extend the meeting to 11:30. Hey, Clerk, would you poll the council?
Councilmember Nason?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann?
Yes.
Councilmember Gary?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
And Councilmember McQuaid?
Yes.
And it is extended.
Thank you, Councilmember Gary. So we have the items that are on the schedule that the council notionally indicated provisional approval for last time, and there's 3 additional. items? Is there any discussion on the 3 additional items, or any adjustments to the existing schedule? It's late. So I'm maybe not too surprisingly inclined to all of them. I'm $100,000 for a new program right out the gate does give me some pause. So I'm curious how the council feels about that. I do think that funding the bike path segment is going to be much more financially efficient to do now when the site is getting graded and constructed than to leave it to later. And we are going to be putting $25,000 to it anyway. It's a one-time cost. So it's infrastructure, so it will continue to exist after that. Yes, Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I'm in agreement with that. I very much support the bike proposals. They're good one-time things. Although if the bike link lockers are successful, we're almost certainly going to want more in the future. But you know, $20,000 investment to get it rolling seems very like a very good idea. The farm seems like, you know, there's a lot of potential there for partnerships and things that could be really terrific. But you know, this is not a one-time $100,000. They're talking about hiring staff, and that is a whole other world that we'd be getting into. You know, at our last meeting, we said no to our own staff about adding a position to the recreation department so that we could offer events to the population of Albany. I think that making a gift to an outside, you know, a standing gift to an outside organization is just not something realistic. Certainly, without any long-term, to make that kind of commitment in the absence of any long-term financial planning and so forth, just seems really imprudent to me. But I do want to say I would love to see some, you know, one-time or programmatic type proposals come from the Gill Tract Farm in the future. But I can't support hiring staff and being beholden to that over a long period of time.
Councilmember Gay.
Thank you, Mayor. So Councilmember Nason, you stated that you couldn't support hiring staff from this tax, but we hired, what do they call the crossing guards for school. So I mean, if you think about it, you know, I'm all for biking. You know, I have no problem with that. But when you're trying to lose weight and stay healthy, there's a larger percent of your diet that you have to consider. You can bike all day. If you're eating bad, if you're consuming bad food, you're not going to lose the weight. You'll maintain it, but you're not going to lose it. And so basically having that farm available, the food available, again, you know, due to high prices in food, families are strapped right now, gas prices, all other things that are going up. And we have this farm to invest in, you know, to be proactive. You know, we don't know if there's going to be a natural disaster in the next couple of months. And we can't, again, like we said, we can't get food into Albany. Then what do we do? You know, some may have their pantry stocked, but there's many families that can't have it stocked, especially with fresh food. So, you know, I think if we negate the fact that we have this opportunity, and it sounds like it's been brought up several times prior to me, I just don't understand why the city wouldn't invest in something that will bring the community together. People have spoke about that. but also to make sure that people are healthy, and we're encouraging that through the stats. So, you know, I understand what you're saying. Yes, it's a big project, but that's why it's so important to have our 2x2 meetings, right? We could have had this conversation, laid the groundwork. I'm already on the committee with the dean at the UC Berkeley. So all of that could have come together to bring a robust plan. But if we take the steps now to move forward, we can still work towards that, right? Every year there could be something that we build upon to include the community that can be approval. So I just don't want us to pass up on this opportunity.
Yeah, I have.
Wait, hold on,
Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
Councilmember McQuaid had her hand raised next.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm happy to defer to Councilmember Nason for a minute.
Thank you. I just wanted to say I have absolutely no disagreement that this is an appropriate, that food production is an appropriate use of sugar-sweetened beverage tax dollars. And remember that we have food growing programs in a couple of our parks, at both Ocean View and Memorial Park, and we want to keep that going, and we want to build partnerships with the Gill Tract Farm as well. So I have absolutely no disagreement with that. I think it's a misconception, though, to extrapolate from the crossing guard program to this. That was a very different situation. That was a commitment that we absorbed with great reluctance from the university and the schools. Perhaps if you're working with the university and the schools, if they could be persuaded to take back between them even half of the crossing guard program, then that would give us a great deal more leeway to create more longer, larger commitments with the sugar-sweetened beverage tax, and perhaps helping the farm. But as of the situation now, I just feel like that it's just too big a project, too big a commitment for us to take on when we've not got our own long-term financial planning done, when we've just turned down our staff on adding a position for something that the whole town, a lot of people are asking us about. When are we going to have events, the full suite of events return? So it just seems too big to me. I would say to the Gill Tract Farm people, please come back, but come back with limited proposals, more like the smaller things that we are funding with, Healthy Me and Move and Groove and so forth.
Councilman Reguera, you have your hand up. If you're willing, could Councilman McQuaid speak?
Let's let
No, my hand is up last time. Sorry about that.
Oh,
Okay.
Thank you. I have to totally agree with Councilmember Nason. I would totally support the bike lockers. I would like to see us get 4 and have them be the long tail. But let me just ask one question. In each bike locker, it's for one person or a family or whatever. Is that correct?
So for my use of bike link lockers, it would be for however many people are associated with that bike.
Right, that's right.
The conventional bike link lockers, that would be one person. The intention with these, of course, single bikes would be available to use them. We wouldn't be able to filter only for cargo bikes, but they would accommodate cargo bikes, which often have 2 or 3 people associated with them.
Right, okay. And, I wasn't real excited about the bike path, but we're going to need to do that. We made a commitment to say we were going to do it. And it's so exciting to hear that project is moving forward. I think we should go ahead and get that done. So, and I guess all the other things I'm thinking about are already, I think, on our list. If Mayor, I could read off what I have on my list and we could sort of see where we are.
Well, are you looking at the attachment? Because at the end of the resolution is the provisional list that we approved notionally before in the study session.
Right.
So you don't necessarily need to read off all of those because those are already part of the resolution. I would suggest that the modifications, the amendments to what is in the resolution already is what would be needed if we wanted to.
See the resolution, I had to move to a different room and I don't have enough space to look at everything at once.
Sure, no problem. Well, I can assure you, well, yeah, okay. So why don't I go ahead, since you're not looking at it, I'll just quickly read off.
We could put that on the screen too, if it's helpful, the
I
resolution.
think that would be helpful.
And if you're able to do that, sorry to sign you up for that.
I can't make it through a whole meeting on my battery.
I was in the process of putting it up.
Oh, thanks.
I think, can you scroll down a little bit? So the two I would add are the bike lockers with the larger size and the bike path.
If I may just clarify, the quote for 4 lockers was $24,000. Notionally, the staff report at the time information was available was $20,000. If we wanted to stick with $20,000, given the unit price is $6,000 plus tax, we could go with 3 lockers, or we could boost that to $24,000 to get 4 lockers.
Isn't the difference of getting the long tail bike lockers?
So the unit price in the quote that was given to us was $6,000 per long tail bike locker or per long tail space.
Right.
And so for $20,000, you could get 3 for 18 plus tax, which would take it towards 20. If we wanted 4, I believe the price would be above that. So, I mean, you could just specify 3 or 4 spaces.
I would say 4 long tail.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
I have some interest in, I believe we provided Move and Groove $6,000 last year for the first time of the event. I have some interest in reducing that a bit, rather than imply that it's going to be $6,000 continuously, to ask the event organizers to seek sponsorships to defray some of that cost. I don't think that was done last time. If somebody knows otherwise, please correct me. I'm thinking $5,000 this year, just to kind of ramp down and try to send the signal of a transition plan for that event. The need for a transition plan. And I don't know that it would be part of this resolution per se or a separate motion, but I'm amenable to sending the request from the Giltrap Community Farm to the Parks, Rec, and Open Space Commission to have a more in-depth conversation about the request and to develop a plan that would be sustainable over the longer term.
I would like to have us have some serious discussion with the university before we start sending it to our committees. I'm not quite sure how the roles are being played out here, and I'm not comfortable just sending it to pros at this time.
Okay. I don't know if there's any other, I can only, well, actually, let's see, I need to rearrange myself here so I can see everybody. See if anybody else has their hand raised or is interested in talking. Yes, Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
Yeah, I think this happens kind of every time we discuss the sugar-sweetened beverage tax. If we are overloaded with things that we should fund and that have a good case, and so if we were to fund, kind of everything that's suggested, which I like all the ideas. I think they all have a very good case for why they deserve some of this funding. we'd add, I think, about 180,000 to this. What's our projected amount we're going to collect from this tax in the upcoming year?
I think the staff report said about 260,000. Nicole, can you, or Heather, can you confirm that?
Yes, that's correct.
There's an unspent amount that was in staff report from past years. I have the number right in front of me, but I recall something around $500,000.
Right.
Right.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, we never really came to a resolution on whether we want to treat that like some kind of, designated, council designated fund that will go to additional projects of this kind, or whether it just merges into the general fund and is simply available for general long-term planning.
My recollection may be wrong, but I thought we did provide direction to set up a reserve fund with that money.
I thought we did.
Apparently not. City manager is saying no. I thought that was my recollection as well. So
yeah, I thought we sort of told them to continue to track it, but we didn't really make a commitment, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
So if we're going above essentially what we think is going to be collected this year, which if we add anything above the 256,000, we essentially are. I think it's sort of important. We've got two things that are one-time costs, which I think there's some sense there in taking that from reserves. Whereas everything else we're funding, it seems to be a kind of reoccurring thing that we want to keep funding. And so I'd really like to see us fund further GILTRAC programs and integration with the city. I think Councilmember Gary, as well as the people who commented, make a good case of why that's necessary. But if we do that above and beyond what we're going to get from this tax this year and going into reserves, it does bring an issue if we're not going to be able to do that forever. So I think it leaves an open question of how we're going to fund that going forward, because we seem to be, from how we've done this before and how we seem to be discussing it every time, we add stuff to this. We don't like to take a lot away from it, because all of these programs are really, really good programs that we like a lot and want to keep going. And I don't have a great answer for how to resolve that, but I think it's worth thinking about.
Yes, Councilmember Nason?
A common thing in the grant world is to start with a new funding source, start small with a new funding source. And maybe that would be good advice here for the GILTRAC farm, to come forward with a program that is something distinct, that is a one-time thing, that is that can be fit into a budget of this kind without stretching, like Move and Groove has done. And then, if it's something that works out really well, you come back later and say, we want to do more, and you show you've got a track record and a good partnership, that you're easy to work with and you're helpful to your partner. So I would suggest that we encourage the GILTRAC folks to formulate something more limited and one time and bring it back to us.
So can I ask a question of I'm not sure if it's the city manager, the assistant city manager. What is the relationship with the GILTRAC and the City of Albany? What is our agreement? What's our relationship?
I don't think I can answer that just off the cusp. We seek to support them in their initiatives, and we do have, as Effie Rawlings stated, some partnerships at different levels with different departments. In terms of a formal relationship, I think that's still looking towards the future. I don't know if I answered your question. It's the late hour here.
Well, it was also sprung on you. I mean, I think we need to have a better handle on this relationship and how this is working.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
I do note that the proposal from the GILTRAC does have, I think, 10,000 from it that is proposed. That's sort of programmatic stuff. That's not hiring staff. So if we wanted to fund, more scaled back thing, I'm not saying that we shouldn't fund staff things. I'm saying I would like that to go forward. If that isn't going to happen as part of this, I think it should be something that we discuss further and keep on the radar and keep going. But I am saying, if it seems like we may not be getting to the whole request, but if we have to scale it back, there is something we can give here that I would be more than happy to, even if it's not as much as we might like. And that's the programmatic bits of this.
Yes, Councilmember Nason.
Is it something they can do without the staff, the added staff that they're asking for? Could we maybe ask Effie?
Well, what I would suggest for the same amount, if we can add an extra 10, I mean, we put in 20 towards bike lockers. Why couldn't we put 20 towards food? I mean, that's less than 100K. Just make the one donation of 20K and then go from there and see if we can build upon the relationship that you speak of.
Well, I mean, for my part, I don't know what the 20K would be going to, because I think there's 30K pieces, if I recall, and there's one piece that's 3K pieces that add up to 10,000, if I recall.
So with the 10,000, you mean we can't double up on the supplies and that they're asking for and give extra? I mean, they clearly write out what the 10 is for. So we're just doubling that amount of supplies, education.
Well, I guess the question is, do they need double the amount of supplies, and can they use them without funded staff?
Yeah, and that's not the kind of purchase that gives you a sense of how you're that builds your working relationship, which is what I'm thinking of along the lines of, the move and groove piece. But I think they would probably need to think about it and come back with it.
Her hand is raised. If
Right.
you did.
Yes, if you, City Clerk, if you could admit Effie Rawlings.
Hi, thanks, folks. Yes, totally. I'm hearing everybody's well-founded remarks, and I'd just like to say that yes, as I mentioned before, and I think as is stated in the proposal, and any sort of contribution at this point, any sort of support would be helpful. We estimated, based on the courses that we did last summer, that $10,000 could help us, and would work as a seed fund. With the courses that we've done, we have made a net profit that have gone back into the operational costs of the farm. So whatever is invested at a smaller amount that isn't for staff, but is for these summer programs or these courses, basically, in growing food and medicine, those would help go back into making us a more sustainable and self-reliant entity.
Thank you. And maybe stay in the room, if you will, City Clerk, if you could please keep Effie Rawlings in the room. Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. as I'm looking at the 10,000, the first item is $6,000 for organizers and educators who will assist in curriculum development and teaching workshops. That seems to go a little bit against what you just said, Effie. Can you clarify that?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. So in order for people to do the initial curriculum development, it would be helpful to have funding to pay them to do that work. And then once the curriculum is done, it can be repeated, done, offered without necessarily having to make all that investment. So you might remember that folks up at the Albany City Rec Department asked if we could develop curriculum with them for their summer camps and after school. I said at that time that I wasn't sure we had capacity for that, but if we had some funding for this, we could give stipends to some folks in the community. We have a lot of knowledgeable people that could work together with the rec department to develop that curriculum and offer it on a repeated basis. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Vice Mayor Tiemann.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. I was actually going to point to that bullet point as actually a good case for doing this as 20,000 of, if we're not funding 3 staff positions, then more money to give stipends to people who are functioning as a stopgap and maybe doing some of the jobs that those 3 positions might be doing otherwise. It seems like a pretty reasonable use of funds.
Yeah, I would agree to Councilmember Nason's point, and what was just conveyed is that the classes that were offered last summer actually generated revenue that could support the operations of the farm. That seems like something to support that has a progression to the future, a build for the organization. And so to spend money developing curriculum without sufficient funds to actually capitalize running these classes, so they can then generate more money in return. I can see the logic there to providing $20,000 at this point as a seed fund, so that the organization can get in that modality. Yes, Councilmember McQuaid. You are on mute, as will happen this time of night. I know I've had my problems, so.
Oh, we're all struggling. Can you talk a little bit about scholarships? How $2,000? How many scholarships is that?
Absolutely. So scholarships, at the farm, we have a huge priority of access for anyone who wants to participate and receive the education and opportunities. So the scholarships would go toward people who couldn't afford to pay the ticket price for these courses. We've also garnered support from local businesses who have offered scholarships, but that would be sort of a seed fund for scholarships to ensure that we could be accessible to everyone who wants to apply.
So how much, if I wanted to take a course, what would it cost?
Well, it depends on what course we would like. So this past summer, we charged $150 for a weekend course. And we did that at a lower rate than we actually surveyed people coming out of the courses, and people said that they would have paid a lot more and that we could have offered less, less information, and they would have paid more. But it was our pilot effort for a weekend intensive, and so we didn't want to undersell. So we're thinking of charging more, but what definitely, as I said, want to keep it accessible.
Market discovery.
Yes, and just to say, Councilmember McQuaid, I couldn't agree with you more that the UC should be supporting these efforts more, and we are working very hard on that. And just appreciate you all considering this in the light of that fact. But we all know that public education is not getting what it needs right now, as a general statement.
So we have 2 minutes until we have to extend again. I have a sense that maybe we have arrived at a spot where a motion could be made. Might be wrong, and maybe we should extend again. I don't know what the pleasure of the council is. Yes, Councilman Mason.
I can support what Vice Mayor Tiedemann talked about added to the program that was laid out by Councilmember McQuaid. And I will, unless anybody has a different inclination, I would be willing to move that.
Okay, and I will restate once we get to that point to make sure we know what we're voting on. Councilman McQuaid.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we're voting on, but let me give you an opinion.
Okay.
Always a good way to do this. You know, I am kind of intrigued by the idea of scholarships. I think, you know, $150 for a weekend course sounds like a really good deal, except for some people can't afford it. So I would like us to put some money into, if we're going to do anything, is to put money into the scholarship program. But I would put it in at maybe, and Effie, tell me if I'm just totally off track here. What if we put in $5,000 for scholarships and that was it? Would that serve the need of your scholarships?
I mean, it would be more than what we have now. So I would say thank you for that. And if we are trying to build a more robust, a robust space where we're able to partner with the city on some of the needs that we have been asked to, like the compost hub, we want to be able to invest as much as we can in order to be consistent, reliable. So, you know, the more seed funding we have to generate income that we can then plug back into our operational costs, the better. And $20,000 would be an amazing start to that. We could definitely put that to good use.
I'm interested in what did you say, the compost hub?
Mm-hmm.
What discussions with the city have there been?
So we've been working with Michelle Plus to ensure that we can meet the risk management concerns that UC Berkeley has put forward, but we would like to and are planning to be the distribution depot for the compost that the city is mandated to distribute to its residents starting this year. And we've been working with Stop Waste and Michelle to iron out the wrinkles on how to do that as soon as possible.
So I will note we are at 11:30.
I'll move we extend to 11:45.
Seconded.
And moved and seconded to extend the meeting to 11:45. City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Tiedemann?
Yep.
Councilmember Gary?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember McQuaid?
Yes.
And Councilmember Nason?
Yes.
11:45.
So I guess my question is the city far enough in this planning that that's a viable option?
Yes.
Would city staff have a thought on that? I'm sorry, I keep putting you on the spot, but I'm trying to sort this out.
Sure, it's an important question. Honestly, we would defer to the decision-making with UC. It is under review, as Effie correctly stated. So I think there's some questions about liability with regard to the compost itself. I know some agencies are involved in helping discuss that, but I don't have an answer at this point. I hope that it sorts itself out soon.
Yeah, I think where we're stuck is that you see the liability agreement, that the MOU that Stop Waste, which is the NGO that's helping us and the city work this out. The MOU that they put forward had too much liability situated on UC, and so we're shifting the MOU. The city and Stop Waste have both expressed a lot of flexibility around that, so I'm confident that we will find an MOU that works for everybody.
I would like to have some more really solid commitments from both UC and the city before we say, yeah, we're going to do this compost piece. I just don't think we're there yet. If it works out, I think it's great. It's a wonderful idea, but I'm not convinced that we're there yet. which is, why I kind of still go back to the scholarships. That seems like something that plugs into what you're already doing. I know it's not at all what you want, but I'm just trying to think of what we know will work, and then look at it going forward as we sort of solidify some of these things.
I guess I'm maybe not tracking, not surprisingly, perhaps. The compost hub is very important as a representative stop waste in order to help comply and meet our SB 1383 obligations. But I don't understand the nexus of that with the 20,000 that we're discussing, or the 10,000. I don't see in the proposal here that the compost hub is a part of what the $100,000 was requested to fund. So, I think it's important, but I don't understand the nexus with this, other than if we're going to make it have a nexus.
Mayor Jordan, if I may,
Yes.
Why don't we pull back on this and then let me work with the GoTrack Farm with IFE and other organizations to bring something more robust. And then that way this will address the questions and concerns that the council have. Yes, Councilmember Nason.
I think that's the best way to go with this. Let's give them a chance to come back with, they've heard our thoughts and concerns. Let them come back with a proposal that, that meets the kinds of parameters we've been talking about.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Councilmember McQuaid, sorry, cut you off.
No, that makes sense.
Vice Mayor Teden.
I was ready and was about to move a motion that would have 20,000 for the GoTrack, but if we want to take a step back and let them come back, that's fine with me.
I think it's better for everybody if it's clear, if we have a clear project for what the expectation is, what will be done with the funding, and what we'll see coming out of it.
And I'd like to see something about our relationships between the city, the university, the GoTrack Farm, the 501c3, all of that, how that all fits together.
Very good. So I think that could stand as direction without needing a motion. Councilmember Curry, I appreciate your offer to do that work. I know process can be a little disheartening, but at least we've reached the point where I think there's some clarity around the magnitude of the donation that's being considered. And so a program could be constructed to that magnitude. So with that, it brings us back to where we're at before, which was the list in the resolution. As I heard, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, for bike link blockers for the waterfront, presuming that can be worked out. Basically, there are things to work out before that can happen. And the $61,000 notional expense for building the segment of the bike path that would be on the Saha property. And reducing the move and groove donation to $5,000 from $6,000. I believe that was everything that was in the motion that was on the table. Now, I guess if I got that right, they need a second.
And before I second, Preston, you are meaning the 4 long tail bike lockers?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. I will second.
Thank you. All right, it's been moved and seconded, and let's see if I can get lost track of my script here. I can't remember if this is a resolution. Well, there is a resolution. I don't remember what the number is. I'm just getting on.
2022-73.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve resolution 2022-73 with the reduction of move and groove donation from $6,000 to $5,000. The addition of costs for 4 bike link blockers that can accommodate cargo bikes, and the staff recommended cost for the bike path segment on the Saha property. Okay, I've gotten that right. Okay, so City Clerk, if you could go ahead and please poll the council.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann,
Yes.
Councilmember Gary,
No.
and Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you all. I'm going to suggest that we skip item 12 and we go to item 13, which is future agenda items. The items that I picked up from previously in the meeting, are additions to ones that are already in the list, some of which we dealt with tonight. Rental support, this is from Councilmember Gary, rental support to preclude evictions when the moratorium runs out. And I'm not going to go over the other items I have from previous meetings. I'm just going to mention the new ones here. Councilmember Nason requested discussion or an item to be able to discuss the function of the Social and Economic Justice Commission. And another item that came up was mental health services support. Yes, Councilmember Nason.
I was not under the impression that was new. I thought that that was something that I had been told to hold off on asking for a review of the Social and Economic Justice Commission's functional level, because there would be a more general discussion of commissions and the possibility of considering having somewhat fewer of them in the interests of efficiency and high functioning or groups. But if it's new, it's new. Let's do it.
Well, I think what's new is I sense more urgency around that. I don't think the discussion of advisory bodies as a whole will likely happen until late fall. If only for the reason if anybody was to be sunset, I don't know that sunsetting it sort of midstream is necessarily the best approach. So that was what I had in mind, was that it would be taken up not far from when it has been taken up by councils in the past, which was towards the end of the year. And it sounds like there's more urgency to this matter. So if I misunderstood, I apologize, but I think hopefully I understand now, and I think the request is to take this up sooner rather than later. And then the other item that was brought up earlier was potential for Albany to support provision of mental services that would be provide capacity for referral, for instance, by Berkeley Food and Housing Project. So there was mentioned that there's insufficient capacity in terms of organizations to be able to refer clients to. So I don't know if I understood that correctly. So it's not crisis response mental health services, although we obviously are interested in that as well, but more mental health services that would be on an ongoing basis for referrals.
You're asking me. I'm not asking for that. No, I was just asking the question.
Okay.
I'm happy with what the staff recommends in this area.
All right, and we'll strike that. Are there any other future agenda item requests?
So I wanted to follow up on the request to have a dual meeting with the school board. I know we talked about that last year and I brought it up a couple of times. Just wanted to see if that was possible. Also, previously there was a subcommittee by council for youth engagement. I would like to see if we can bring that back. I know we put it off because we stated that the SCJC commission was working on this, but I think it is something that we could bring back to discuss of how we can build our youth engagement in our city. That's it.
Okay, so discussion of reconstituting or reinstituting a youth engagement subcommittee and or ad hoc committee. Okay, any other council members have items? Not seeing any. I do see a hand raised. Could admit the attendee.
Thank you. I'll make it quick. Well, it's going to be the two that you probably already know, school zones and the Civics Academy, and also possible for discussion why the Vice Mayor has a picture displayed behind him of horse racing that's framed. I'm not sure what that's all about.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
It's a historical picture of a cavalry officer, so it is not of horse racing.
And with that, unless there's other items, not seeing any. And then we have all of 2 minutes left. I'm going to suggest that we adjourn now rather than go back to item 12. Okay. Thank you all for sticking with it. Much appreciated. And guest city attorney, thank you as well for staying with us.
Never come back.
Good night, all.
Bye-bye.
Good night, everybody.